precision sets in. One that will churn your skin. The lover's right. Let them have their time. And I have this notion, let's keep these wheels in motion. In motion. You thought I did not know. Did you think I would let it go? Oh no. And in time, yes, I'll think it's absurd. But until then, you'll leave your words. Well, lay on. Lay on. Now it's time to defend your lies. Lies you've been feeding me all this time. And will you reoffend? Oh darling, you say that you are innocent, but your ways, they seem irrelevant, but still play on. Now it's time to defend your lies. Lies you've been feeding me all this time. And will you reoffend? Oh darling, oh you have reached your lover's end. No more will we make pretend like we something to fight for. Oh. We had nothing to fight for. 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 Just remember what your father did. He guided you. Never the one to believe in hostilities, but you still forced the worst upon me, upon me. All you wanted was love, but that was never enough. Never enough. 'Cause you were chasing your dreams, now you can't redeem yourself. 'Cause you were chasing your dreams, now you can't redeem yourself. Disregarding your name, your smell is all that remains. They say you're an SLUT, but that doesn't sit well with me. It doesn't sit well with me. I remembered what you'd say. We're all looking to be alone. Somehow, someday, we'll find what we're looking for. Till then, you'll still be a boy. To be alone. And somehow, someday, we'll find what we're looking for. Until then, we'll all be yours.
Good evening, race fans. I'm Pirate Black Flag Racing TV, and it's something very, very different for you this evening. This is the Black Country GT Racers, and we are doing 24 hours at Le Mans to raise money for Young Lives vs Cancer. Click Sergeant, a very, very worthy cause. And if you haven't got your hands in your pockets, on your phone and on your credit card already, then what the hell are you doing here? It's going to be an awesome 24 hours ahead of us. It's going to be a tiring 24 hours ahead of us, but it's going to be an awesome 24 hours ahead of us. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how things pan out here. Well, it's going to work. There are two cars on the track. There is the brilliant MX-5 and the equally brilliant GR Supra, both on track. We're going to start with a Mercedes-AMG pace car. It's going to run them out for one lap, then start from the pits. The pits will begin with the MX-5s, and about 30 seconds later the Supras will go. So about 2 laps in, you'll find the Supras catching them up. People will be changing throughout the evening, different people running different stints and stuff, and we'll try and keep up with it as much as possible. Good evening, Bandit, good of you to join us. Hope to see you driving later on. We'll go through everyone that's in the room a bit later, but want to talk very quickly before we start about this charity. It's a fantastic charity, like Young Lives vs Cancer. When my son was 2 years old, he was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia, and I can tell you, as new parents, which we were at the time, absolutely devastates your life. It rips every aspect of your life apart, and it's something that's really, really difficult to come to terms with. And Click Sergeant, or Young Lives vs Cancer as they're known now, they kind of take that weight off, and they help, and they give you that confidence to kind of work your way through it, and they really help the kids as well. They help the kids with sort of coming to terms what's wrong with them and the treatment and everything that goes along with it, and obviously supporting the parents with dealing with the kids as well. But it's very targeted. It's not a sort of one size fits all kind of solution that they offer. It's a very targeted solution. The problem is it's not funded. So the government don't help with this. It's not something where there's money pumped into it. It relies solely on your donations, and that's why we're doing this. We're all going to be tired. We're all going to be grumpy tomorrow. We're going to be shouting at people, but we're doing it for a good cause, and it means something. Something very, very special. And every single pound you give is going to change somebody's life, or at least go towards changing somebody's life. So whether it's 50p, whether it's a quid, whether it's 100 quid, whatever you've got, if you've got something spare, please donate for this awesome charity, and spend some time watching these absolute muppets mess this up, because I'll tell you what, when they get tired it's going to go horribly wrong, particularly when it gets dark. But do enjoy this. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic 24 hours ahead of us of racing, and dip in, dip out, do what you need to do. I know it's 24 hours, right, but Bandit's just put in the chat, tomorrow at 2 o'clock UK time is when he's doing his first drive, and that has kind of just demonstrated to me the scale of this thing. That it's currently 8 PM here in the UK, right, and there's a whole night ahead of us, and tomorrow afternoon at some point they'll all still be racing, they'll all still be going at it, and people will be driving for the first time in this. So do keep checking in. Look, if you want to stay for the whole 24 hours, I would absolutely love it. And please, particularly when it gets late, interact with me in the chat. Now, I'm going to admit, I'm not going to be talking for 24 hours. I would die, actually die in front of you, and you don't want that. But I will be dipping in and out. But please, if you're a driver, come and join me in the Discord. There is an option to come and join me in that chat room, and you can keep me company when you finish your stint, or if you come on half hour before you start your stint, do get involved. Yeah, that's what it's about, and I will periodically tell you what you need to do in order to support this absolutely fantastic charity. And I do need to sort out my keyboard for keyboard controls, don't I? I don't think it'll work because we're doing it in practice mode. Don't bother with that then. We'll do it the old-fashioned way, shall we? So two very, very good cars. Let's switch screens to that one. See, look, it's already telling you donate now. Do it now. You've got a couple of minutes, so get on with it. Have you donated yet? Have you done it yet? Why have you not done it yet? Do it. What I might do actually, if you bear with me, I'm going to bring up the donation page can't I? I know exactly where it is. I've got a link right there. If you need the link for the donation is right there, just down below you in the description. You can't miss it. We're currently sitting at £565. That's already a fantastic amount. You will be amazed just what that money can do. We will update you on a regular basis as that number goes up. So come on, dig deep, let's get involved. Right, anyway, moving swiftly on. Right, who we got out there today? Akito, and it's already getting dark out there. I suppose the good thing is it's getting dark already at Le Mans, so we'll probably have to spend a lot of time going on board. Can we have a look at the car? That's a Supra. We can't really see it at the minute. Do we get a lobby reset before it starts? That'd be quite useful. I think it should start in the daylight. Hopefully, we'll see. Tyre wear is not on tyre as well as you expect for such a race. It is actually on about time. I think it's about ×4 or something. As number one Pops decides that he wants to face in a completely different direction than the way the race track goes. It's a bit different from most endurance races here on GT7. Usually we have several lobbies running. This is going to be one full 24-hour lobby done in practice mode. Everyone's got a screenshot, the amount of laps they've done and times, etc. And then over the coming days, Mark and the boys will assess who won or who didn't. I'll tell you what, the only people that are going to win tonight are the kids that benefit from your donation, right? So that's it. And the rest of us don't care. Let's just get on with it and let's make a difference, people. So, Akito's in. Excuse me. He's already dying, and we're about 4 minutes in already. He's in the Supra. That is, I can't even see what car it is. It's getting so dark, man. That's going to be the MX-5, isn't it? Because it's the other side drive, isn't it? MX-5. I know, is that? No, that's the Supra. That's the MX-5, surely. No, is that the Supra? I can't work it. Oh, no, that's the MX-5. There we go. Katie McGill, how are you doing? Good of you to join us. DDR Hulky. Where's DDR Hulky? He's here somewhere. Is he not on yet? He's not on the track yet, but we will because he's got his support in it. We will follow him around. Dave Hughes, good of you to join us. D.90 live raid. Is that who you are? If you do come in chat and say hello and I forget about you, then keep shouting until I see you. As the night gets on and I get tighter and tighter, I will miss things, forget things, lose things. It's generally what happens. Right, so who's got the safety car? There's Wiggy. He's one of my drivers, Black Flag driver. There he is. That's the safety car, or the pace car, which is the Mercedes AMG GT3. It's one of my favourite cars. And I'm not saying that because I want Mercedes to send me one so I can promote it on a regular basis on YouTube. I do generally. So if you're listening to AMG, first make a donation to the charity because that's really important. Then after you've done that, if you want to start sending the truck to my house with this beautiful AMG in it, feel free. I'll leave a space outside my house for it. People still jumping into the lobby, ready to start. And listen, if anyone's watching and they aren't already signed up to be involved in this, and they want to be, there's going to be spaces throughout the evening. There's going to be spaces, even if you're not going to run the full 24 hours and you want to just run 20 laps, 10 laps, an hour, 15 minutes, whatever. If you want to show your support by just running a few laps and maybe putting it out there and send the link out to your friends and say, come and watch me drive like an idiot for 20 minutes, do it. Please do it. It'd be great to have you all involved. But don't forget the reason why we're doing this. We're doing this for Young Lives with Cancer, Click Sergeant, amazing charity. And when my son, and that son that was 2 years old and got leukemia is now 24, something like that. He's old. Yeah, he's 24 this year. So when he comes in, I'll try and persuade him to say something to the troops. He'll probably swear or call me a bellend or something along those lines. But we can't all have perfect children. So Jaegerade, Lager Lama, of course, Markilef, number one Pops. Well, to be fair, on Father's Day I saw a lot of cards that suggested you might not be the only one. Akito, Pigstick, Bobby Pat, Buddy Buds, Didot, of course Wiggy, Aaron, and Chilled Stella. It's the only kind of Stella. Now, is Mark aware that he is on sports hard tyres? I know he's not going to be going super quick, he's going to be a pace car, but he is on the sports hard tyres, so it's not going to be as grippy. At least I had the good sense when I bought this car and put the livery on it to buy a set of racing tyres. But then if anyone's seen me drive, they know I need as much help as I can possibly get. If you aren't already subscribed, please, after you've made a donation, of course, please click the subscribe button. And like the most important thing, actually, share this out. We want to get the word out. We want people to be involved here. So, get the word out, show people what's going on, and let's see if we can get lots and lots and lots of people involved. There we go. So, the MX-5s go out first. There's Jaegerade, straight out from the pits. And with that 3-second penalty, he's not going to hold that lead for too long. Let's see if we can get a look at the car before we head into complete darkness. Really, really cool livery on that. Young Lives versus Cancer, of course, that's what it's all about, with the Black Country GT Racing logo on the front. I tell you what, it's going to be cold with that roof off. Number 1 pops, and yeah, I like that pink and white livery. It's pretty darn cool. We'll do an on board with. I'm going to do an on board with Wiggy. And the reason I'm doing an on board with Wiggy is because he's a black flag driver. That's the only reason. And it's yeah. So here we go. Super. That's the first Super out. Pigstick. It looks like he went out a little bit too soon, so he's had to jump back in to the pits. So Super is now coming out. Who's going to get out first? So bear in mind that the Super is going to be chasing down these slower MX-5s over the next couple of laps. It's not going to take that long, purely because of the straight line speed. Top end speed for the MX-5s here at Le Mans, about 145, 150 miles an hour going into this first chicane. And then, of course, further down the order, we've got the Supras now coming out. So, first out is Akito, and he's very, very keen to get a move on. Already building a little bit of a gap. I can't give you any specific timing gaps because obviously we're in practice mode rather than race mode, but that said, we'll see. So Akito, number 1 pops, Jaegerade, there he is. He's got a 3-second penalty to serve. That will be served relatively soon. Why is Akito ahead of number 1 pops according to this? I suppose it's because he's faster, maybe. Very, very odd. It's going to be very difficult to work out who's where on the racetrack. We're just going to we'll see if we can find anyone in a battle, really, is what we're kind of looking for. There is Wiggy. He's got Pigstick right in behind him, and I love what Wiggy's done with that livery there. Very, very cool. He stayed true to his usual orange colouring, which you'll find on every one of his cars, and of course the Welsh flag on the top. We can't all be perfect, of course, that's why. But yeah, sim racing against cancer, fight cancer, and of course Young Lives versus Cancer. The reason why we're doing this. Nearly £600. Can we? Let's see. What's the time now? It's 8:10. Right, so it's 8:10, and the current running total is. I'm just going to check if it's gone up a little touch. Right, we're at £565, and it's 8:10. Let's see if we can get that number to 600 by 9 PM. So you guys watching, let's get this video shared. I want to share it on all your social media sites. So Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, get it shared out there. Let's get someone having a look, watching, seeing what's going on, seeing why we're doing this. See if we can get that number up to £600 by 9 PM. There's the challenge for you. How about that? I'll tell you what, here's an even better challenge. So I've got a load of black flag units. I've got my camera on, so I can't show you them, but I've got some Black Flag Racing TV, exclusive Black Flag Racing TV keyrings. I will send you an exclusive Black Flag Racing TV keyring, and because there's only a limited amount of them, I will send you one, and I will put a number on the back to confirm it's number 125. So if historically, you know, 1,000 years down the line, they drag up this YouTube channel and say, look at this massive tosser from 2023 chatting rubbish on YouTube, you can say, or your kids can say, look, I've got his keyring. I'll send a keyring to the person who makes a donation that takes us above £600. There we go. So the person who makes a donation that takes it above £600 will get that keyring. That's my pledge thus far. Right, so long lap here, of course. Coming towards the end of the lap, and what I'll do a talk through. And what I'll do is probably every couple of hours, with the new people coming in and jumping out, I'll do talk throughs on the track and engine stuff. Right, so already Wiggy up behind Akito, really tight behind him as they come into the final couple of chicanes here, and this is a really cool way to start the track. You can go through that in third, dropping down to second for this final chicane. Mind that sausage on your right hand side, then you're on the power and your lap starts. You head up the hill, you stick to this left hand side, hug the left hand side of the track, because you're going to be drifting round to the right at full pelt, pedal to the floor, of course, not when it rains you won't be, and you head round. Braking zone comes here on your right hand side, hard on the brakes, get it turning, clip the apex, be patient with the power, get back on the power now, let it drift wide. You can go really wide there before you're back on the power and heading down. Lobby's not with tuning, mate, it is BOP all the way. Braking again for this, it's a fourth gear turn all day long. On the power again, be careful though, drifting wide there. Already catching up with Chilled Stella. You have to drop the power just a little bit to get into the first of two incredibly long straights here at Le Mans, and then it is literally pedal down. If you're within 1 second, 1.2 seconds of the car in front, you get slipstream. The closer you are, the more slipstream you get. The more slipstream you get, the faster you will be at the end of the straight. Now the MX-5's doing about 145 to 150 depending on slipstream at the end of the straight. These Supras, they're topping out at 169. Dropping down to second gear for the chicane, then back on the power again. You go for one more blast at full speed down to the second of the two chicanes. Again, this is where you're going to see the big overtake. This is where you're going to see the slipstream making massive differences. The MX-5s should be looking in their mirrors pretty soon, because that's where we're going to see the Supras catching up with them into the second chicane, down into second gear before you use that power to head on up the last little bit of this straight, which will take you into the first big braking zone of the lap. It kinks around to the right hand side. It's coming up very shortly. You kink around actually at full pelt, and then you start your braking as soon as you can get the car straightened. So here you get the car straightened and you let it drift nice and wide. You turn it in second gear, back on that power again, drift wide but not too wide. You've got to avoid the sand trap on your left. And here we can see Jaeger already, he's got 1 second penalties in that MX-5, and you can see the speed difference with the Supras, catching them very quickly. And Wiggy is closing that gap a little bit on Akito ahead of him. You can see he's clearly closer, and obviously time isn't showing us. But so you head here, you let off the power a little bit just as you come round this bend, on the brakes hard, braking down second gear, get it turned in, clip that apex, then up towards this lovely little section here, which will take you down towards the Porsche curves. So Indianapolis done. We take this right hander. There's your penalty line there. If like who's behind Jaeger with a penalty, you're going to slow down when you go through there. Then you start heading again, power. The great thing about this track is you've got some really good straights. And we thought 2 or 3 laps, but actually these MX-5's already been caught. Then just drop off the power a little bit. You don't have to brake, just let the cars drift round that corner in that slower gear. You can hug the apexes, then you drop down a gear here. So as you turn in, drop down into 4th gear again. Don't brake, just feather that throttle till you get around the corner, drop down another gear on the power again, don't go too wide, that's a penalty if you do. and then you head down, and this essentially is your lap completed, and it's a 4 minute or so lap. Well, it's 4 minutes if you're in the Supra, it's more than 4 minutes if you're in the MX-5. So there we go, there's a lap on board with Wiggy. That's the view we want. Right, so Akito essentially leads the race at the moment from Wiggy. Number one Pops is just losing out to Pigstick, as Pigstick coming through in that Supra. So that I think pretty much now we're going to see all of the Supras making their way forward. Number one Pops is the lead MX-5 as it stands. Jaegerade, where's Aaron? Aaron's there. So Aaron coming through on Jaegerade now. It's a little bit out of sync at the moment. We will catch it up eventually. There's Jaegerade. He's also in the MX-5. Another MX-5 right there in Chilled Stella. Just starting lap 3. Now it's a 24-hour race, and I haven't actually. I should have done the math really to work out exactly how many laps we're going to have. It's a lot. We've still got a few in the pits. We've got Laga Lama, we've got Bobby Pats still in the pits. They've not come out just yet. It could be they're hanging on for a later stint, possibly. So at the moment, just 8 on the track. Akito, Star Group, Pigstick, they're your top 3. Aaron running in 4th. We've got D-Dots, he's in 5th place. Number one Pops in 6th, Jaegerade in 7th, and Chilled Stella, he's running in 8th place. The last 3 all running in that beautiful MX-5. Now, during every stint, you are required to run all 3 competitor tyres. That's soft, mediums, and hards. And also, there's a very good chance at some point over this full 1 day period, it is going to rain. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. It's a long race, and the weather would dictate it's likely. We're starting quite early on the night cycle. I think the plan is that the day-night cycle will cycle relatively quickly, so everybody gets a bit of day and night throughout the cycle, rather than a distinct 24-hour time period. It's how everyone can experience the 24-hour experience without just having. Otherwise, everyone would just want to race what it's like. So 20 minutes in, or 45 minutes in, if you believe the lifetime at the bottom there. And I'm acutely aware that on these longer races, I can see that when we start moving into the couple of hours, my time is going to move and disappear under the banner. Don't worry about it. It happens. It's one of those things. What I do have as well, I have this. So I can show you tyres and fuel. We'll do that now. We'll have a quick look actually at the differences in tyre wear. We'll start as someone else joins the room there. We'll start with Akito, who Wiggy's ahead of him now with a 2-second penalty. So that will actually correct itself pretty soon. He does have the fastest lap of 4 minutes 1.3. That's with Akito, and he is, to all intents and purposes, 1.5 seconds quicker than Starboard at the moment. We can see there already though, we're only on lap 3, and you can see the tyre wear, particularly on that back right tyre. So the soft tyre is not going to give you any sort of longevity on this track here, particularly if you look at the how quickly the fuel's burning down. So it's not you have to use it, of course, in each stint, but for me it's not your long-term solution. You're going to find people using the mediums a lot more frequently than the hards, which are rubbish, and the softs, of course. Are there any kids watching? If there's any kids watching, you're watching Dad race or your uncle race in a minute, I want you to put a little note in the chat because I've got a challenge for you. So Wiggy, you can see he's looked after his tyres a lot better actually. Akito has really put some pressure through those tyres, whereas Wiggy, similar pace to be fair, 5:02.9. He's not, he's 1.6 seconds off that pace, though not so quick that time out. However, that said, he's really looked after his tyres and fuel so much better than Akito. And over such a long race, these long endurance races, sometimes your 1 lap, 2 lap, 3 lap pace is less significant than your ability to look after your tyres, look after your fuel throughout a much longer period. That's what's really important, because the less time you spend in the pits, of course, the quicker you're going. Of course, if you need to go in the pits and go for a wee-wee, you want to be there for as long as possible, so you can go and have your little wee-wee. But there we go. So, Akito and Stargroup switch places yet again, as GSI Tony join the room, and I just saw someone else join the room. There is Aaron again. Look at the difference in tyres between him and Wiggy. So much better tyres and fuel than those other two. Pigstick's gone for the hard compound tyres. He wants to get those out of the way early, and I'll tell you what, that's not a bad shout, because hard tyres on this game are a pig, an absolute pig. There's just no grip in them at all. I think the disproportionateness, it's not even a word, is it? Disproportionateness. The disproportionality. Let's go with that one. Let's go with disproportionality. I don't think that's even a word either, but we're going with that. Between the grip and the longevity on the hards to the grip and longevity on the soft is too big for me. I don't think the mediums are halfway between the two. For me, you've got the softs are obviously what they are. They're incredibly grippy, but fall off really quickly. And then you've got the mediums, which are kind of a little bit better than the softs in terms of longevity, a little bit worse than them in terms of grip. But the hards are much worse in terms of grip. Obviously much better in terms of longevity, but I don't think the balance is there. If you've only got 3 compounds, soft, mediums and hards, you would expect that it would be 1, 2 and 3, not 1, 2 and 7. It's more akin to having, like we did on GT Sport with super softs and all that kind of palaver all the way through. But, it is what it is. So just the 8 car, with 9 cars now on the track, as Flash is out there. For some unbeknownst reason, despite the fact that everybody else is in either the Supra or the MX-5, the German decides that he's going to drive the German car and not pay attention to what this is actually about. Flash, you are a big knobhead. Get in the correct car, man, seriously. Read the room, my friend, read the room. When you jumped in the lobby, it was pretty darn obvious what cars people were driving. But, you're welcome to stay until your presence is blocking up a room that people need to get in, I'm sure. Or you do something stupid and they're forced to kick you. But there we go. You're not getting any more screen time because you're one of the Germans. If you want to see a German driving like he forgot that they're not still invading Czechoslovakia, there's a video on my YouTube called Dicks of the Dailies. It's a series I do every now and again. I don't race very often, but when I do jump on the odd daily race or two, I encounter some of the world's biggest knobheads. And when I do, I save that video and then I condense their tomfoolery into very short videos of them doing stupid things. As both Wiggy and Akito into the pits for the first stop, and we're only 50 minutes in, well, 4 laps in really. 50 minutes on the clock is not really accurate, and we probably should have restarted the lobby before the race started, to be fair, but it is what it is. So Aaron, he stays out. I'm surprised Wiggy's in so early actually. I would have expected him to stay out that little bit longer on those soft. There was certainly a couple more laps in those in those tyres, and certainly at least one more lap in the fuel tank. Aaron also in Pigstig. Great message. Yeah, I hope you've seen that. Yeah, I shouldn't have been so rude. Everyone is welcome, of course, but please use the same cars as everybody else. And and make a donation. That would be absolutely fantabby-dozy. Right, so Pigstig doesn't go into pits. Pigstig's staying out for another lap. D-Dot into the pits on the medium tyres. Number 1 Pops, he's staying out, he's in the MX-5. That fuel and those tyres are going to last much longer in that small little nimble car. And does that offset the incredible pace of the Supra? It certainly seems that way, because although they're some way back, if you look at the tyres and the fuel there in comparison, Akito's Star Group, they all went in. Aaron's got in. They've got into the pits. They've come back. They're all out now, obviously. But at some stage they're going to have to go in again and it's very likely these MX-5s are still going to be out there. So maybe that differential in speed between those two cars is really going to kind of level the playing field, with the MX-5 not pitting as much as it has done. Matt Alex joining the room. Look forward to seeing some more of these cars out on the track. We've got just the 8 and the German out on the track at the moment. Jagerade is back in 7th place. He's in the MX-5, of course, and we'll see just how the Jaeger has been affecting him. I can tell you with good authority he had a little straightener to get him ready for this game. This game, the flip, it's like you dread a commentator from something completely different and ask him to commentate on a race for the first time. It's a race. Alex has left the room, clearly didn't like what he saw, and off he popped. So lap 5 this is. He's currently placed pace-wise 7 out of 13. It's actually just occurred to me. Well, it's not just occurred to me. It occurred to me at the beginning that because it's not in race format, it's in practice format, that I'm actually not going to be able to give you any indication of who's where. So basically, I won't have a clue. I can posit a guess, and obviously I'm not going to sit here for 24 hours. I physically couldn't do it. I have actually been at work all day today. Well, I say all day for me on a Friday. It's home by like midday, but it's not the point. So it's going to be really difficult for me throughout the course of this to kind of posit where people are, but we'll give it a crack, shall we? So lap 5. Remember why we're doing this. Young Lives versus Cancer, otherwise known as Click Sergeant, or previously known as Click Sergeant. They are a charity that helps children and young people up to the age of 25. It's not just kids; it's kids and young people. Because often we find that's the thing. And I know my son, when my son was sick and he was very young, he was only a baby almost. But there were people there that, and in some ways it's harder for sort of older teenagers because, to all intents and purposes, 18, 19, 20 years old. They're still children to an extent, but classed in the eyes of the law as an adult. But it's very difficult for them because they're still very much involved with their families for the most part. And it's still a very difficult time for them, especially, they're still at school and they're still studying and still doing those kind of things. And they're still living that kind of, they're kind of bridging that gap between childhood and adulthood. And that can make it very, very difficult for them to sort of deal with something as really complicated to deal with as cancer, because it's not just about being ill. It's everything else that goes with it. It's the complete change to your mindset, to your life, to how you view things, how you go about things. Obviously it does have an effect on how often you go to school or go to college or go to work and that kind of thing as well. So the reason that I think this charity is such a good one is it doesn't just stop when you get to 16 or 18. It recognises that those in their early 20s are just as much young people and in need of that help. And they help the families as well, which is really important because, as parents, even if your child is older, as parents, it's something that you don't expect. You never expect to, as a parent, when you find out that your child's got cancer, something that you have to deal with will be the potential of your child, of you outliving your own child. And often that's the case when your child gets a cancer diagnosis. Now, I want to be very clear here that most cancer diagnoses, particularly in children, are infinitely curable, and there is always pretty much a way out. But that doesn't mean that when you first get the diagnosis you're not feeling that kind of fear, because you do. The doctor is sitting there and telling you, there's a 60% chance or a 90% chance it'll be okay, but you're not hearing that. You just heard the cancer alert. So this is where Click Sergeant come in. They really give you that support. So dig deep. Let's get your hand in your pocket. Let's stick a few quid in the bin and see where we're at. Let's have a quick look and see if we have increased our gubbin so far. We're at 565 up to 574. DMG Vroom Vroom, thank you so much for your donation, £9, brilliant. DDR Glowworm, 20 quid from you, brilliant. Thank you all of you guys that have been donating, and particularly if you are a UK taxpayer, tick the gift aid button, because we don't get much from this scummy government, but what they do is they give back the tax that you have paid on that donation. So anything you have paid in tax, when you make the donation, they give it back to the charity because you've made a charitable donation. So tick that gift aid box. Very, very important. It makes a massive difference. It's essentially 25% of what you donate comes additional, goes to the charity. So 574, we're creeping towards that 600 that we were expecting for, I was asking for, by 9 p.m. Half hour to go, guys. Come on, £26 is the target. We'll get £26 more between now and 9 p.m. and I will send, as I said, I will send a Black Flag Racing TV keyring to your door for the person that makes a donation that puts us over that £600 mark. And I'm quite aware that it's probably not thinking, a Black Flag Racing TV keyring? What am I going to do with that? You're going to put your keys on it. That's what you're going to do with it. You're going to put your keys on it. And people are going to go, what's that? And you'll be like, that's my keyring. I won that because I donated to a brilliant charity. And then they're going to go, oh, I should do that. And then they will. And then you'll be responsible for the charity raising even more money. Right, anyway, moving swiftly on. We spent far too much time on Jaegerade going around this track. Has Flash changed his car? Of course he bloody hasn't, because he just wasn't. Oh no, he has. He's gone in the Supra. I apologise. He is now in that Supra. Thank you very much, Flash. Just awaiting your donation. How you doing, Ben? Mate, it's a great cause, so you know I'm quite happy to do it. Absolute pleasure. So there, we haven't spent any time with Akito for a while. It says he's first. He's fastest. I don't think he's first. Difficult to tell, of course. Viva la Formula. Took one look, didn't like what he saw, and off he scarpered. So Akito now on those medium compound tyres as we're on lap 6 here at Le Mans. Phenomenal racetrack. Been racing here for a very, very long time. Iconic racetrack, and it's home of many endurance events. There are a couple of other racetracks now at the Le Mans site for sort of shorter events. There's not many sort of short track events or short time events around this main circuit. There are several kind of circuits. I think they break it up a little bit for other events. Akito, fastest man on track. There is Wiggy. You'll notice his name's Star Group, but I call him Wiggy because his name is Wiggy. Simple as. Harold running in third, essentially. 2.5 seconds is the gap between him and Wiggy in terms of time. It's going to be about putting in steady times. He's on the soft tyres at the moment. He'll find that they'll be going off very, very quickly. Wiggy's back on the softs actually, which is an interesting choice because he's got to run mediums and hards at some stage. And I can tell you now, there is a very good chance that Wiggy could be running a very, very long stint tomorrow, just by virtue of the fact that his partners have odd working hours and might not necessarily be able to cover for him for huge amounts of time. What I didn't get, and if anyone's listening that has a list, is a list of who's on whose team, because obviously people are taking over from other people. We don't know necessarily who it is. I know there's going to be randoms jumping in and sort of covering at any particular time, but it would be good to have a rough idea of what the hell is going on. Let's get back. Let's get Daniel to see. Oh, have we lost the German? We have indeed. I think. I know he's in the. He's gone. Right. So GSI Tony is out there now from Ireland, top of the evening tier. He's come out in that Mazda Roadster MX-5. The thing is, right, is there's always been a sort of ongoing joke that it's a hairdresser's car. If you've driven one of these, you wouldn't think so. It is an absolutely awesome motor car. There's D-Dog giving GSI Tony a little nudge up, and you see the difference in the speed differential. Probably the wrong time to give him a nudge though, because GSI Tony, where's he gone? There he is. He's digging himself back out of the gravel, and on he will go. And that is incredibly sporting of I don't know who wasn't hitting there. I can't remember. Incredibly sporting of D-Dot. I'm going to give you this. I'm going to find it, and then I'm going to give you this. I've got it here somewhere. Round of applause for absolute
I'm
sportsmanship.
not going to give you this. I'm going to find it, and then I'm going to give you this.
I think it's back to this problem solved. Yeah, so congratulations, Frank. That was very, very sporting of you. Didn't expect to see that anytime soon. So yeah, be proud of that.
Wow, is that very nice?
There's not going to be too much of that tonight because just because there won't be. Anyone new joining us? Jaeger in the pits. That's his first stop actually. In terms of pace, 4:42.8 his best lap in the MX-5. Who is the best MX-5 runner? This is a great thing about a 24-hour race. You've got time to look at stuff. Jaeger is in the MX-5, isn't it? To be fair, I'm asking someone for a list of who's racing with who. I could actually just write stuff down. I'm literally sitting at a desk with pens and shit. Right, so Jaeger 4:42.8 for him. Chilled Stellar in the MX-5, 47.7. GSI Tony still on his outlap. He hasn't yet put a lap in. And there we go. There's Hulky just joined the party. So Katie McGill, who was giving a shout to DDR Hulky, when he gets out on the track, we'll give him some airtime, shall we, Katie? That's a good idea. Let's do that. Just want to say, actually, good luck to my son tonight. Those of you that know, one of my, not my oldest, not the one the other one. He plays very, very high level Rocket League for his university. He's actually on a university scholarship. Plays Rocket League for them on a scholarship to get paid by the university to play for them. He's got his the esports awards night tonight over at Roehampton, and it's the first time, genuinely, I've seen him in a suit. Right, and to be fair, he does scrub up quite well, but it's really weird seeing him wear a suit and like shiny shoes and all of that palaver. But good luck to him and his teammates tonight, because they've got to be a shoo-in for Team of the Year at the university, because last year the esports team at his university, or all of the esports team across many different games, Valorant and Rocket League and Counter-Strike and all these other kind of big tournament games, didn't have a great show. But this year, despite all the other teams not really doing so well, his team are the UK champions, and we're knocked out in the quarterfinals of the World Championship qualifiers, which is a massive feat. That, the World Championship qualifiers was every university in Europe that competes, and they were down to the last the last 8. No, it wasn't. Last 4. No, right, it was the last 8. Last 6, because it was like a last chance qualifier. So down to the on a place in the semi-finals there. And he's still got the European Championships to go. So if his team doesn't win Team of the Year, it'll be devastating. So good luck to him. If you're watching. Don't get too drunk. There is Akatel, who looks to be in the lead. He's certainly got the fastest lap anyway. He did a 4:01.8 actually, well, that was his first lap, so it doesn't really count as a fastest lap. It's difficult actually, because when you come out of the pits, it's difficult to set a faster lap than the out lap, because the distance from where the start finish line is to where you exit the pits, it does cut out some time, and obviously by the time you come out of the pits, you're pretty much up to speed. So there's no real loss on an out lap that you would get necessarily on a full lap. His best lap otherwise is a 4:02.5. We're behind him 4:02.9. He's just done a 4:01.5, which is the fastest lap of the race proper, because that's an actual racing lap. He did a 3:59 in the opening lap. Quite strange that wasn't registered. Don't understand where this comes from. Anyway, Aaron has done a 4:01.5. That's not bad lap either. Bobby Pat, he's doing a hot lap now. He's in the MX-5. Welcome to the racetrack. Absolutely teamwork. You get in there. Pigstick 4049. The pig stick, of course, is in the. He's in the Supra. I don't think it was in the MX-5. Wrong. We might have to change it. It's difficult when it's night time now. I'm hoping it gets light soon so we can see the cars a bit better and really kind of have a look at why we're doing this. And there we go, beautiful shot. As I say, Young Lives vs Cancer, across your screen. As Akito into the pits, Wiggy stays out. D.I.C.K. That's what it's short for. No, I'm only joking. It's not really. I'm joking, man. I'm joking. Number one Pops. He says he's the number one Pops, but is he really? Is he really the number one Pops? There's a lot of dads out there, man. It's a big competition pool. We'll have to see. But they're both from DD Racing. I'm assuming the D dot being the head of DD, and then D number one Pops also being from DD Racing. Jaegerade still running their 8th place. His fastest lap was a 4:42.8 in that MX-5. Chilled Stella with a 45.8. That's his best time thus far as he heads into the straight four the first time. This lap, of course. For the first time. We're on lap 8, of course. Of many laps. GSI Tony serving his penalty, and we'll see it now. You'll see how brutal this penalty is. So you come out of Indianapolis, you take that right-hander, and then you hit this penalty line right here under this Porsche sign. It slows you right down. And you've got to bear in mind that here you are going to lose 2, 3, 4, 5 places quite easy. So Team Akito is Lager Lamb and Bobby Pat and Akito, of course. So Lager Lama is obviously in the pits, waiting for his turn. Team Wiggy, Team Wiggy I know is Wiggy, and I know Bandit's going to do some, but he's not coming until like 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. I know my number 2 at Black Flag, old man Jay, he is going to be joining at 3 o'clock in the morning, midnight maybe. I think it's actually midnight he's going to join because that's when he gets in from work. So he'll be in about midnight. I'm sure there's someone else racing with Team Wiggy. I should probably write this down, shouldn't I? Talk amongst yourselves while I rummage. I don't need to rummage, I've got it right now. To be fair, I do have a massive computer in front of me. I could just write it on there, but I'm not going to. So, yeah, Jay's with Wiggy too, yeah. So Wiggy is Jay and Bandit at 2 PM tomorrow. Apparently. Then we've got Akito is with Lager Lama and Bobby P. Bobby P sounds like a mafia Don boss, isn't it? Hey, that's right. Yeah, it's just so I can kind of work out who's kind of in it to win it and who's Team SGA shit game anyway. I'm full. Do you know what? Despite the fact there is a team made up of 3 Black Flag drivers, you're my new favourite team. Oh, the DDR family, of course. The DDR guys, I'm assuming they're all racing together, of course. That would be insane to think otherwise. So Ben and Mush are team shit game anyway. Can't say I agree. I think it's a great game. Listen, he's got his flaws, guys. He's got his flaws. And I, for one, do criticise PD an awful lot. But for all the stuff they do very badly, there's some stuff they do very, very well. As Daylight joins us. Toe is with Mike Dredd. Okay, that would explain why Toe and Bobby Pat are on the track at the same time. So Piggy and Lager Lama. Toe is with Dredd. It's already a mess. 8 AM, so 8 then, Richard. So we're not going to see you for another several hours. Imagine what would happen to me if I stayed up for the whole 24 hours doing this broadcast. Apart from the fact that my family would murder me, and it wouldn't be in my sleep, of course, because I'd be wide awake doing this. We'll see how it goes on. So Wiggy into the pits. That's his second stop, and he's just put in a 3:59.7, fastest lap of the race. First man today. Man or woman, of course. All women can drive, apparently. I'm joking, of course they can drive. 3:59.7 for him. That's the first sub 4 minute lap we've had today. And now we've got daylight, we can really get a good look at these liveries. It's Hatter, lad. How the hell are you, my friend? I haven't seen you for some time. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. I can't even remember where the last time I saw you was. Were you not racing? I have a feeling the last time I saw Hatter was when Black Flag first started last year, and we had our first ever tournament. I think that's the first time I saw Hatter. Correct me if I'm wrong, of course, but welcome. So we're going to assume that as they're laid out in the order here is the order they're actually on the track for the time being, and we'll leave the difficulty of working out who actually finished where to Michael, because I'm not doing it. He can refer to the stream if he wants to try and work it out, but I ain't got a clue. And guaranteed someone's going to forget to take a screenshot at some point in the early hours of the morning, tired, a little bit stressed because they haven't had a great race. Somebody is going to forget to take a screenshot, and then we'll never know. So Wiggy from Akito, 1.5 seconds the difference between those two. That difference though is time, it's not space. Akito, you can see where Akito is. Akito just coming up to the second down the second straight section, where Wiggy is just a little bit further ahead, just a little touch further ahead. Aaron, there he is, he's running in third place, also in that Super, of course. Bobby P in the MX-5. To be fair, I said earlier, hairdresser's car, you could quite easily walk down the high street and see a Bobby P's ladies hairstylist. Bobby, you are now a hairstylist. Pigstig, he's a farmer from Devon. No, he's not really. He's also in the MX-5, running fifth. D-Dots, one of the DD family, of course, or the DDR family, running in sixth in that Supra. Number one Pops, also for D-Dot Racing. He is running in 7th position in, again, that wonderful MX-5. Yay grade for BCGT. And BCGT, a lot, credit where it's due. These guys have put this together. And any sort of event of this kind of magnitude is bloody hard to organise at the best of times. Even more so with a 24-hour race. Now, Black Flag organised something last year when we did some races for mine, but we did it over 5 races because it was just so difficult to get people into a room for such a long period of time. We did it over 5 races, and actually it would have been nice to have done it as a one kind of 15-20 hour kind of thing, but credit where it's due to these guys to get this together and get it running. And you can already see that people are flowing regularly into the room and getting involved. So, a big round of applause to everybody. Not just those people that have donated, but people that are getting involved as well. Right, we set a target, didn't we? We set a target of £600 by 9 p.m. We've got 10 minutes to go. Shall I have a little looky-see? What I should have done, actually, was added to the stream a little kind of update thingy. Might do that, actually, when I get a chance. Right, we're at 623. So, who took us above the 600 mark? So, Wildy gave us 20 quid. It was Chris H. Whoever are Chris H, you will have to make a note of this. Chris H gets himself the first key. There we go. Chris H, I will get in touch with you shortly at some point to organise your keyring for you. If I forget, drop me a message. Right, next target. We're at 623. It's 8:51. £700 by 10 p.m. That's the target. 700 by 10 p.m. Person that pushes above that 700 will get a keyring. Boom Shankar. There's the top. I'll tell you what. Actually, I've actually got a Black Flag Racing T-shirt to give away as well. But I'll come up with something for that later. Don't want to blow all my prizes early doors because I haven't got loads. To be fair. So there we go. So that's what's on offer. Okay, so full rundown. On track we've got GSI Tony in the MX-5 running. He's from Ireland. He's running in essentially 12th position. Looks like he's just come out of the pits on the racing soft tyres. So of course we've got no representative times for him. There's Hatterlad from D-Dot Racing. Running in 11th in the Super. He's just joined us. This is his first hot lap he's on right now. Flo Reb Met. He's also in the Supra. He's from Española. I don't speak Spanish. That's the best you can get out of me. Oi, Pedro, I'll have that over there. Yeah, I'm a proper English Spanish speaker. I'm going to track him. He's on his first hot lap as well. He's in the Supra. J-Grade, lap 10 in that MX-5. Let's have a good look at his livery now that we've got daylight. Loving the several colours all over there. He's got the, of course, the Young Life vs Cancer Research logo as well, and his own little BCGT J-Grade sticker on the side there. And Kevin and that's Kevin and Philip in it from South Park. Come on down to South Park and meet some friends of mine. Chilled Stella, loving the spots, loving those spots. Really cool what he's done there with the Black Country GT thing around the wheels. They're very, very clever. And the Bodywork Solutions logo, yeah, loving it. Very, very cool. Number 1 Pops, D-Dot Racing on the side, vroom vroom. But of course, repping the important thing, which is Young Lives versus Cancer. Good luck, of course, to all the new people we're meeting this evening. If you haven't subscribed already, do so. You can't talk to me if you don't, and I'm going to need the company at some point in the chat. So come talk to me. There is D-Dot. I'm assuming that's the head of D-Dot Racing. Bearing in mind that his name is D-Dot. Oh, that's Hulky. Oh, that's Hulky. Oh, that makes sense then. So Hulky is the one. Okay. Because it says D-Dot, I didn't know that was Hulky. So that's Katie McGill's bow. I'm assuming that's bow. Yeah, I suppose it could be anything. But so there is Hulky. Vroom vroom. Currently running in 6th. Not bad pace. 4:10. Fastest lap thus far. Currently running the racing soft tyres. Pig Stig. Love the take on the Black Country GT Racing thing with the pig in the middle there. Is Jarhead joins us from BCGT. Really cool colouring on that car. There's Bobby Patz. He's in the MX-5 as well. Again, gone for that kind of spotty theme. Very, very pink today. Everything's very pink. Aaron. Not many people get that joke. So it's a very funny sketch. I might share it one day. Again, the spotty theme continues on that Supra. Akito's got gold. Always believe in your soul. And Wiggy, of course. You can't miss Wiggy. Every car he has is orange because he really likes oranges. That may or may not be a fact, but it's because he lives in the only part of Wales where orange trees grow on a regular. That's not true either. So we are contrary to what it says on the clock, an hour and 21 minutes. We're actually an hour, almost an hour into this race. We're on lap 12 here at Le Mans. If you're just joining, you know what this is about. This is the BCGT I lost the ability to speak. It's Young Lives versus Cancer. Click Sergeant, 24-hour race at Le Mans to raise vital funds for a very worthy cause. Click Sergeant, or Young Lives versus Cancer, support children and young adults up to the age of 25 through cancer diagnosis and treatment, as well as supporting the families as well. And that's things, as simple as a shoulder to cry on, right through to help with finances and all that kind of thing as well. So do support them. It's a very worthy cause. A lot of money, and I'm not suggesting Robin should stop donating to cancer charities that are looking into treatments and cures and that kind of thing. I will be about Richard. I'll be in and out basically. I'll try and do as much as I can. Obviously I'm an old man. I need my sleep, but I'll try and do as much as I can. So back to what Click Sergeant did. So they, I'm not suggesting that any money you give to cancer cures and stuff you take away, but you've got to recognise that cures are only one side of what happens when you get cancer diagnosis. That the person that gets the cancer needs the support, and their family, because they're young, they need support as well. They need to know how to help support their child or young adult, and and often it's a massive impact on the entire life. I mean, when my son got his diagnosis, I had to change my job. I had to change my job. I had to change what I did. We had to move house. We did all these different things to make sure that we were living closer to the hospital, in the right place, and that at the time I was in a job where I wasn't in the country that much, so I had to change that to make sure I was about. So it does change everybody's life. It's not just the person that had the cancer who obviously is suffering the most. I'm not suggesting anybody else suffers worse, but it doesn't just affect the child; it affects the entire family. And Click Sergeant are the kind of bridge between coping and not coping. So do give a donation. We're going to be here for 23 more hours, lap 12. So I could do the math. Let me try. Let me try and work out. So that 12 after 1 hour times 20 is 120. 240. It's too difficult. I'm not very good at maths. Not without a calculator anyway. So I'll work out how many laps we're going to do. If it was 10 laps by now, we'd do 240. No, I'm going to do it. Oh, talk amongst yourself while I work it out. So I'm not just doing that as well. I'm doing something else. Lot of messages. Very strange call. Oh, someone was trying to join me in chat on the Discord and I missed it. Apologies for that. Can't be in two places at once. Yeah, we'll sort something out maybe later when I'm ready. So, let's have a run through, shall we? So Wiggy's done 13 laps now. He's putting on which tyres? He's used 2 sets of softs. He's used a set of mediums. This is going to be hard tyres maybe. He said he'd have to look at running them at some stage. It is indeed the hard compound tyres. He's got the fastest lap thus far. It's a 3:59.7. Nobody's gone sub 4 minutes yet. Nobody in MX5 has done that, but they won't either. We've got has someone crashed? It looks like we have, because safety car is out on the track. How about that? Turn your head and safety car is out. How did a safety car pick up a 3-second penalty? This is, of course, the safety car, driven by the very enigmatic Michael. Well done putting this together, mate. Well done indeed. That's the AMG Mercedes that I really like. Everyone's going to tuck in behind that safety car. Wiggy went into the pits. Hattalad stayed out by the looks of things. Akito, he's had a crash. He's repaired some damage. Or wasn't Wiggy repairing some damage? Maybe did Wiggy crash and have to repair? This is what happens when you're doing too many things at once. So what will happen now is the pack will pick up the safety car, being driven at the moment by Big Liff, of course, and you can see them all starting to close in behind. This will give the MX-5s a little bit of something to do. They'll get to see the back of a Supra disappear when the race restarts, because of course the Supra is so much quicker, of course. So we're at the 1 hour mark, we're at the 9 o'clock mark now. We wanted to reach £600 by the time we got to 9 o'clock. I can tell you that we have got to £369. That is absolutely fantastic. Thank you to the Benson family who just put in $20 US dollar donation. Thank you so much for that donation. Thank you. I'm singling people out as they put donations. Thank you to everybody, genuinely, that puts that little bit of money in the pot. You know, whether it's whatever it is. Thank you so much. It means so much. You have no idea how important it is. So in goes the safety car. We're going to need a safety car for the safety car. The safety car has had an accident going in. Can somebody bring out the safety car's safety car? He made it. He's alive. So race has restarted. Wiggy technically out in the lead. We like him. Hatterlad showing as second. 401.1 is his fastest lap thus far. Not much left on those tyres though. He hasn't been on them very long either. Really put some stress through those. Akito, he's on the soft tyres again. Nice full tank of fuel. Coming straight out of the pits after repairing that beautiful gold car, of course. There is Aaron running in fourth. He's got he's not got pig stick, he's got D-Dot actually right behind him. D-Dot make a move on him. Is D-Dot going to, he's in the slipstream here. This is where you'll see these big overtakes slipstream in behind. They're both in this super equal power going down this straight, but look at the difference. You can see just how quickly you can close with slipstream. Can he close enough to make the pass as the car in front makes top speed? He's actually pulling away, so it looks to me as though Hulky, and that's who it is, it's D.90's Hulky, is just easing off a little bit and happy to sit in behind and save a bit of fuel. So he's playing long game tactics here. He could have made that move. In fact, maybe he's waiting for this, because had he got ahead before that chicane, then Aaron's getting ahead of him here, but he seems to be letting him pull away here as well. So clearly he is playing a much longer game than Aaron it's Aaron in front of him, as they both go around number one pops in the MX-5, of course, so quite easy overtake for these two at this stage. So it looks like Mr. D-Dot himself is just settling in for the long haul, not pushing himself too hard. There we have it. So number one pops, there he is running in 8th place. Pigstick technically 5th. Not quite sure exactly where he is on the racetrack, because they're kind of spread out a little bit, mate. Chilled Stella, nothing better than that. Well, there's a few things better than that on a warm day, but not many. He says as he had like the 5th sip of a beer he opened at about 7:30. Chilled Stella with Bobby Pat tucked him in. Can Bobby Pat? Where is Bobby Pat? Let's have a look. There he is. Can Bobby Pat make a move on Chilled Stella, who's tucked in behind? Let's see if he allows his slipstream just to pull him along. So anyway, you can see him closing now. The speed there is going to increase as the top end. You'll watch the top end for Chilled Stella is reached, and just how quickly Bobby Pat now closing. Can he get the move done though before they have to let off the power here? He's going to go which way? Up the inside, up the outside? No. He's going to stay in behind, in fact, and wait. He's not going to make that crazy move, because here they're going to have to slow it down, and he's losing a bit of time there actually. On the brakes they go in the MX-5, getting it turned in. It's a very different racetrack in the MX-5, and he almost loses the back end and allows me to play the I haven't turned it on. It helped if I turned it on, didn't it?
You can't fire that there, mate.
Fixed that problem. Yeah, nobody's really crashed yet for me to do that. I'm waiting for it. Someone will. Doesn't get moved on. So Jarhead, Flo Remet, GSI Tony, of course our glorious host, Lagalama and Jagerade, all in the pits. Jagerade's actually in the pits from the racetrack. Everyone else just a chilling right now, just as much as Chilled Stella as he makes that move. He's actually still ahead of Bobby Pat. Can Bobby Pat do anything? Can Bobby Pat get past him? Because he's certainly putting the pressure on. It looks like he got a great run there though, out of those last few corners, past the Porsche curves, heading down towards the final chicane, or the final 2 chicanes, to get them start what will be for these guys lap 1. It's lap 1 for Bobby Pat, of course. Bobby Pat is in a team with Lama, I think. I can't remember. I think it's Lama. It's very confusing. All very confusing. So here we go. He's got a chance here on Shield Stella. Now the smart money here doesn't make the move early. Stick him behind through this section. Get tucked in nicely behind, of course, and then you can make some moves later on. When they get to the first of the long straights, that's when you can make your move. It's silly to make the move at this stage. It really is. Loads of messages come through. Nobody just checks. Just beeping, I think. So yeah, you want to get a good run through here. Get closer here, and make the run down this straight, and hopefully pull far enough away they don't pick up your slipstream second time round. So here we go on the power. Can you use this slipstream to give you that catapult that takes you past the car in front? That's what you really need at this stage. And we can see he's closing on Chilled Stella. Does he make the move now? Jarhead's taken over from Wiggy. Awesome. We'll have a look at Jarhead in a minute. Wiggy having a little rest. Well-deserved rest as well. After that massive 1 hour of racing. I'm joking. He's up the inside. Is he going to get it under braking? No. But a good exit out of here, and he's got one more chance with that slipstream in this hairdresser's car. For Bobby P, of course, from the Bobby P chain of hair salons spread across the Midlands and the northwest of England. And you know what they say, if you need it cut, go to a Bobby P. They do say that. Here we go. Bobby P about to make the move on Chilled Stella. Which way is he going to go, left or right? He's not. He's just going to bump him along. Nice little bump draft. Let's keep this speed going. Let's move up the racetrack. That's actually very, very smart at this stage. The closer you can get to those in front, the better. And look at this. We've got a 3-way battle here for what's probably, I don't know, 5th place, 6th place, what is it? Who cares what it is? Number 1 Pops, Chilled Stella, and Bobby P. And Pop's just pulling over. And so I don't know why he's going over there, but Pop's just pulling over. Number 1 Pop's pulling over. Bobby P through, still tucked in behind Chilled Stella, and they come down to this massive braking zone. And again, it's just allowing Chilled Stella to stay ahead of him. So anyway, moving on. What happened there? Bit of a mistake, because number 1 Pops dives through up into 7th position. And the big issue for them at the moment, of course, is this, because here comes a Supra. Supra is going to make a big charge. I'm trying to find the right thing. Keyboard controls don't work in practice mode, of course. So he's going to close on these MX-5s and dispatch them relatively quickly. As you can see, that little battle going on ahead between those two. And it's Bobby P. Now he's trying to get past again. Number 1 Pops regain that place, but under braking, number 1 Pops retains that position. I need to adjust my position because my neck is hurting already. And Super, much better line through there as you'd expect. Is that much more grip, even though he's on the hard compound tyres. Dispatches of 1. Does he dispatch of another? Yes, he does, by the looks of it. Number 1 Pop's about to serve a penalty, so he's not going to stay in that position. There goes the Super of Aaron. There goes number 1 Pops. He's not serving his penalty just yet. He picks it up too late this time. He's going to hang on to that for an entire lap. So frustrating. So Aaron up the road. He's closing now on that's D-Dot, isn't it? No, it's not. It's Chilled Stella. Chilled Stella up ahead of him, who he's closing on now. Can he get this done before they get to the end of the... He's going to be stuck behind him through a Porsche curve, of course. Because there's no way past, no matter how quick you are. When you're in the Supra, no matter what car you're in, getting a little bit squirrely behind Chilled Stella there. A little bit impatient was Aaron. Calm down, dear. There's still another 22.5 hours of racing to go. But he does get through without killing anybody, which is always useful. So, in for Wiggy is Jarhead in the MX-5. So Wiggy did all the work in that Super Jarhead now. Has got to try and capitalise on that in the MX-5. Yes, it is. Let me thingy. Hang on. Let me unmute myself. Can you hear me? Hang on, buddy. Let me just got to fiddle with my settings here so I can hear you. That'd be quite useful. And then I'll open you up in the stream as well. There we go. Right. Can you hear me, mate? Why can't I hear you back? Hang on while I fiddle with these settings. There's something wrong here. I'm not hearing you. Talk amongst yourselves while I sort out this little problem. Just playing with my settings, guys, while I'm that one sorted. Now why can I not hear what's coming through? Talk amongst yourselves. I've got oh, I know I've done one. Hold the line, caller. I got a new headphone the other day and it's synced everything to the new headphones and something else is connected to those. So the problem is, ever the professional, of course, ever the professional. So if I go to talk, can you hear me? For some reason, I can't hear you. I know you're talking, but I can't hear. I don't even know if you're coming through on the stream, to be honest. Why is this not? I don't know why. I think you're coming through on the stream, but I can't hear you in my ear for some reason. I don't know what reason that is. No, you're not. No, you're not coming through on the stream, are you? So, something's wrong here. Maybe that one. No. Right. We're going to have to scrap the Discord idea for the time being while I sort it out. It's going to take me a while to work out what's going wrong. Sorry, mate. Yeah, so apologies for that. For some reason, the Discord, although it's linked, is not coming through onto the broadcast, which is a bit confusing. Yeah, everyone's doing brilliant on the racetrack. Unfortunately, the guy broadcasting is absolutely cocking this up massively, just for fun, of course, just for fun. Let me turn that down. Right, okay. I've got to try and fix things on the fly here. So that should be something else. Right, I'm going to pause the mic for a minute while I fix something. Back soon. I have no idea if I fixed it, but I'm about to find out. Apologies for that. Let's have a try now, shall we? Right, can you hear me? Right. Still not coming through for whatever. I don't know what the fuck I've done then. Told you at some point I'd be throwing something against the wall. Well, we'll have a break in a little while. Maybe I'll unplug something and plug something back in, because I think that must be the problem somewhere. Don't know what's going on. Everything's pointing in the right direction, but for some reason it's not coming live. So you guys part with me for a little while I sort it out. Sorry. I will eventually solve that problem. I don't know what is going on with that, why I'm not getting the external thingies. It could, to be fair, it could very well be because I've added new microphones and I've added, to be fair, actually, since the last time I used a link Discord to the broadcast, I've added a new microphone and a new headset. So something somewhere is juggled and it's not quite working how it's supposed to. But I will solve it. It's not like I haven't got 24 hours in which to do it. So, excuse me. There is your de facto issue. I don't know, he might be, might not be. Akito, he's your leader at the moment on the racetrack. He's in the Supra. He has now managed the 3:59.8, so he has gone sub 4 minutes. Has Akito. Hatter Lad running in second in the Supra as well. He's done a 4:01.1. Aaron is also in the Supra. We saw him getting past all those MX-5s a little bit earlier. 4:01.5 for him. Pig Stig also in the Supra. He's got D-Dot right up behind him, Hulky. Trying to find a way through. You're in for a stint at 5 AM. Robert Patterson, you're not the same Robert Patterson that played a vampire, who, rather than, after spending several hundred years being alive, rather than, you know, be rich or be a playboy, decided to go back to high school to date young girls. I'm assuming you're that Robert Patterson, of course. D-Dots. There he is. He stays out as Pigstig goes in. Is Pigstig being replaced? We know Pigstig is racing with is it Lager Lama and those kind of guys. Chilled Stella, he's in the MX-5. Looks to me to be the lead MX-5 at the moment, I think. Number one Pop's not far behind him though. 1.5 second penalty. That's not going to help with closing down that gap in the slightest. Jagerade a little bit ahead. So if I try and work this out. Oh, you're the one and only. Brilliant. Did you know that Jack Wells has a very funny sketch about you? Right, so let's try and work this out. So we've got Chilled Stella is there. He's in the MX-5. Number one Pop's not far behind him. He's there. Jagerade is in between the two of them, I think. Just crossing the line now. So where's Chilled Stella? Yes, he's just crossing the line now. So in between the two of them is Jagerade. Jarhead, he's a little bit further back. He's just replaced Wiggy. He's out in that MX-5. Lager Lama waiting patiently in the pits for his opportunity. So there is Jarhead. What do we know about Jarhead? We know that his head is shaped like a jar. And in that jar, he keeps pennies that he's been saving since he was 11 years old. Some of that is true. Some of it is absolutely made up. And that almost wasn't the correct direction for Akito, who is at the moment the fastest man on the racetrack. And right, we're at what? We're 20 past 9. What was the challenge? It was Good Evening Waldy. So it was 700 quid by 10 o'clock, right? Okay. So we're at 649 pounds. And Jason, you say, I hope this helps. Absolutely, it helps. Every single little thing helps. Don't think for 1 minute that it doesn't. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to try and add. Listen. I like to pretend that all of my broadcasts are really professional. Most of the time, it's a shit show like this. So, yeah, I'm going to try and add something to the broadcast, which is going to be. I'm not sure if it's going to work. I mean, I couldn't get the bloody Discord to work in the broadcast, so this might not work either, but I'm going to give it a try anyway. Let's have a look, see if I can. Right, need to fiddle around with something very quickly. Might hold the line caller while I do something very quickly. I want that. I'm going to try and get the running total into the broadcast. There we go. Let's have a look. I think I may have cracked this. I think I might have got something right today. How about that? I think I've got something right. To be fair, it's my fault. I didn't check that Discord was actually working in the broadcast. So if I put that on, I can put that. I'll put that out now and go boom, boom. Got some big. So if I do that and do that, what I can do is I'm really clever. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute while I deal with this. You noticed I can't talk and multitask at the same time. Just it's not something I've ever been able to do. That one there. Nearly done. I think I've actually got this thing to work. We're going to test it in a minute and see just how well I've got it to work. This will be really interesting if basically for the next 21 hours or 22 hours it's just listening to me humming to myself trying to fix stuff. You're going to be back on shortly, are you, Hulky? Isn't that Hulky there? I get really confused. Isn't that you in that car? I'm sure it says Hulky on the front of it. Just to confuse matters, I looked at the front of that car and I'm sure that says Hulky. There, it says DDR Hulky. Is that not you? Very confused now. Right. This is where we find out if I'm capable of doing something on the fly without messing it up royally. Right, you ready? So current running total is, boom, there we are, £649. And I'm going to refresh that just to make sure we are still correct. There we go, £649. That's where we're currently sitting. That's an amazing, listen, that's amazing. That's an amazing amount of money. £51 between now and 10 o'clock. That's our next target. Can we get another £51 between now and 10 o'clock? That's your target. Let's dig deep, guys. Come on, let's dig deep. Let's give you a run through of who is where and what is going on. Big blast of the vape. Right, let's do a rundown. Now I'm going to have a pee. And then I'm going to come back and shout some rubbish for a while. So, Akito in the Supra. Currently the fastest man on track. He's got a 3:59.8. I say that. Who's just, where is he? He's not even in the room. Somebody called Flo Redmet did a 3:57.0 and then left. That's just rude, because now I can't see he's got the fastest lap anymore. Cheeky. Halad 4:01's his fastest lap. He's settled into a bit of a rhythm. He's on the hard compound tires. Got a bit of damage there as well. Hard damage is on, of course. So it's or heavy damage, let's say. So it doesn't disappear. So you have to weigh up the option of losing loads of time, or maybe you're not losing loads of time and it's worth staying out, or pitting and repairing. Aaron's well into hour number 2. Akito, Aaron, they've been out there from the beginning. Pigstick has. D-Dot came a little bit later on, but he's been out there for a while now. Chilled Stella, of course, as well. Number 1, Pops, Jaegerade. They've all been running since the beginning. Jarhead, he came in, he took over from Wiggy just 4 laps ago. And currently running, that's pretty quick pace. 51.5 for him in the MX-5. Jaegerade, can't see what his fastest lap was. But he's been doing solid 44s actually, so pretty darn racy from him. Number 1 Pops, he's been in the 40, he's been as low as 42.8 on those soft compound tyres. Quite a contrast though, little bit more reliability needed, a little bit more consistency. Chilled Stella, he's done 38.6. Okay, Chilled Stella pretty darn quick in that car. That's a 4.041, that can't be right, surely. That's got to be, there's some anomaly there. I'm only joking. No, of course there isn't. D-Dot, that's a good lap actually. 4.041 from him is a decent lap. Yes, Chilled Stella's clearly the fastest the MX-5s at the moment, and doing quite a good job of it. I'd love to know what's going on with this Discord link, because everything seems to work. It's annoying the shit out of me, because everything says it should work, because everything's pointing in the right direction. And listen, I know I'm pretty slow at this stuff. I have been for a while, but I'm getting there. I thought I'd got most of this down. I do need to get it fixed, of course, because there's loads of stuff going on this weekend. We are 1 hour and 30 minutes into 24 hours here at the Le Mans racetrack in France. This is all the brainchild of BCGT, trying to raise some money for Young Lives versus Cancer. So far, we are at £649. We want to get that to the magic 700 before we reach 10 p.m. I asked you guys to dig deep and get us to 600 before 9 o'clock. You did it. Let's see if we can get you to do that again. There is a keyring on the way. Well, not on the way yet, because I don't know where he is. But there will be a keyring on the way to Chris H, who pushes us above that £600 mark. Same again for someone who pushes us above the £700 mark. When we get to... I'm going to do this. So, for those of you that are going to be about 8 a.m, and I know it's and that's kind of the halfway mark. At 8 a.m, I'm going to start a little competition to win a T-shirt. It'll be a Black Flag Racing TV T-shirt, and that I will send to you. But I'm going to come up with something between now and then to give that away to somebody who's watching live. It would involve liking, it would involve sharing, it would involve encouraging people into the room, something along those lines, but we'll see what we can do. Right, so it's just occurred to me that although it says Katie McGill, it's actually Hulky on the Katie McGill account and not Katie McGill wishing Hulky the best. Slow on the uptake there, of course. You know, I can't multitask, it's a fact. Ask anybody that's ever seen me broadcast. I will swear, I will character assassinate you, I will play stupid sounds, I will miss things, and I'll go off into a tangent. I have done a 2-hour race before and spent 90 minutes talking about a completely different sport. So don't be surprised if you find over the course of this 24-hour period when I'm on that I just start waffling about anything really, any utter bollocks. Usually, actually, you'll find me waffling about the ultra-low exhibition zone in London, or the expansion of it, shall we say, which means that every time I leave my fucking house, it's going to cost me 12.5 quid. Let's not go into that now. Right, so Akito still looked like to be the on-track leader. Obviously, once the other drivers have come on and they've run their MX5 runs and all that kind of thing, then we're going to get a much better picture of where people are sitting. Or at least, in fact, I think we're probably going to get less of a good picture. And then in a couple of days' time, once Mark has sifted through it all and looked at all the screenshots, we will know where people are. And if I'm yawning already, this is going to be a bloody long night. 1.2 seconds faster than anybody else currently on the racetrack. That other person, of course, is Hattelad. There he is in the Supra. And I've just realised the reason it says Hulky on the front because it's a DDR car and it's just got Hulky on the front of all of them. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Hulky on the track and seeing what he's all about from DDR Racing. Aaron from BCGT into the pits he comes. Remember, they've got to use all 3 compounds in every stint they do, whether that stint be a 4-hour stint or a 1-hour stint or a 10-hour stint. They do have to use all 3 compounds of tyres. Now, I don't know if that rule still stands if it rains. It could be that it doesn't, and that when it rains things change a little bit. I know that's generally the case, is that all bets go out the window if you're only running. It's very difficult. To be fair, if it pisses down for an entire 2 hours stint, it's very difficult to run anything other than wet tyres, of course, whether they be inters or the full-on proper wets. Pigstig looking to be roughly 4th on the racetrack, 4:01.6 for him in his Supra, and there's D-Dot in 5th place, also in the Supra. Chill Stella seems to be the lead of the MX5s currently on the racetrack. Pretty good time to be fair. 38.6 is not too shabby. So essentially that means that those MX5s are about 40 seconds slower than the Supras around Le Mans. Answers that question fully. So I'm going to leave you. Let's do it on board with somebody. We've done it on board for a while. Let's go on board with. We've done a Supra. Let's go on board with Jagerade. There we go. Let's be Jagerade's passenger while I go and refresh my drink and have a wee. Back shortly. I have returned fresh drink. Don't know why I got a fresh one, because this one's still got quite a bit in it. Tell you what, this is a surefire way to ensure that you give up drinking. Yeah, 2 hours since I opened that drink, and I still haven't finished it. There we go. Right, we've been on board with you for far too long, Jaeger. What's different? Anyone new on the racetrack yet? Certainly doesn't look that way. What is it, 9:40? We'll have a little check up in a minute on the final total, shall we? Or the current running total, shall we? We will have a little looky see. Right, Robert Patterson says, no, if it rains, not all three are needed. That's clarifying that, of course, which I probably thought anyway, but you know, it's always good to check. That he's on at 5 in the morning for a 3 to 4 hour stint. I haven't really planned out when I'm coming on and stuff. I'm going to be brutally honest with you, I'm not staying on for 24 hours, I can't do it. This weekend I've got, to be fair, this couldn't have come at a worse time. I know it's about cancer, moaning about how bad things are for me. This weekend I've got GTFusion. So literally as soon as this race finishes tomorrow, I jump straight off here onto another broadcast for GTFusion. Following that, straight after that, I've got Division 1 for GT Champions. That's at 11:30 tomorrow night, and then at 1:30 or 2 o'clock-ish, it's Division 2 of GT Champions. So at some point so basically 4 o'clock in the morning 2 days from now will be when I'm shutting down for a few hours. I get to shut down for a few hours and then I'm back Sunday evening for the Porsche Cup, the WSR Porsche Cup. So if you're bored this weekend and you want to spend some time with a bald fat idiot shouting at pixelated cars with people in them, then do feel free to join me at various stages throughout this weekend, right through to Sunday evening. And then of course order is resumed, then onwards for Monday, Tuesday, and all the other palaver. It's been quite quiet last couple of weeks. I think quiet on YouTube, not quiet at work. Work's been incredibly busy, which is why I've been quiet on YouTube. Unfortunately, I can't broadcast and earn a living at the same time. But earn a living I have been doing, and the best thing about being self-employed is that when I don't have to work, I really do what the fuck I like. And there we go. It's also a benefit of having older children. So Akito leads away 1.2 seconds faster than anybody else at the moment. His fastest lap was a 3:59.8. There is a 3:57.0 from Flowermet, or whatever his name is, and he didn't really hang around. So you're doing 11 p.m. till 5 a.m. That's some stint, that, man. Without a break, 11 p.m. till 5 p.m. That's a 6-hour stint. Impressed, mate. Absolutely impressed with that, Ben. I can promise you, unequivocally, I will be there at some stage throughout your stint. I'm not going to be there for all of it. Not in the slightest. I think what I'm going to... I don't know what I'm probably going to do, in all brutal honesty. I think it looks like a lot of changes are happening between sort of 11 and 12 o'clock. So I think I'll hang around for that kind of 11-12 changeover. And I think at midnight I'm probably going to go and get a couple of hours sleep. It's necessary. And then I think I'll get up in the early hours of the morning and then do some more runs for that. Then obviously we've got some family stuff to do. Oh, MX5 as well. 6 hours in the MX5, man. Holy Mary, Mother of God. For want of screaming out for anything else. What else can you do? It is what it is. At the end of the day, we're doing this for a very, very worthy cause. And before we check in on the current running total, let's talk again about why we're doing this. This is about Young Lives for Cancer. It's an organisation called Click Sergeant. Started, I think it was the 1960s, if I'm correct. I could stand corrected on that, but I think it's around the 1960s. Or somewhere along those lines. But yeah, it started, let's assume that I'm right, it was the 1960s. That's where they started, and they are there to support children and young people. I've just googled it, to be fair. 1968. It was the same year that the Beatles released "Hey Jude," and Apollo 8 first orbited the moon, if you're interested in that kind of thing. And it was set up in memory of Sir Malcolm Sargent, who was a conductor of the proms from 1948 to 1967, and he had cancer, and anyway, so it was set up in sort of his memory. Now, it's not like the majority of cancer charities in the fact that they're set up specifically for focusing on treatment, focusing on cure, focusing on that kind of thing. They are there to offer the support that the treatment and the cure don't give you. They're there to kind of support children and young people through the diagnosis, through those difficult times when you first find out you've obviously been diagnosed, and to help your family through that process as well. It's a very, very worthy charity. They're based out of a number of sites. I know that one of their sites is based at the Royal Marsden in Sutton, which is literally just down the road from me. And that's one thing we were very blessed with. One thing I will say, very, very blessed, that when my son was diagnosed, that we had one of the leading cancer hospitals in the world, not just in the country but in the world, practically on our doorstep, with resources like Click Sergeant right there in the building. What they do cannot be measured. It's immeasurable, but it does require your help, because they can't do it without the funding from people like you, people that donate to this kind of thing, people that, you know, spend a bit of time to sit here on a Friday night listening to an angry fat man shout at some pixelated drivers, to watch some half-drunk Midlanders drive around for several hours in beautiful looking cars, in beautiful looking locations, but essentially on a toy. But it goes to something important. But that leads us into the numbers. So this is our current total. £669. 69. Would it be funny if we're 669, or if we're at 69% of the total race? Now, the £1,000 target, it's not a target where we don't have to donate anymore. We want to smash that. I would love us to get to £700 before we reach 10 o'clock. I asked you guys to dig deep and get us to 600 before we reached 9 o'clock, and you did that. Dig deep, and if you've donated, I'm not expecting you to donate again. You know, money's tight for everybody. You know, we're all struggling. Share. Everyone's got social media. Get your ass on social media. Put those links on social media. Link to this YouTube channel. Link to the Discord page. Link to the Just Giving page. Send those links out there to the wider world. Do you know what? Piss your friends off with constant posts in social media about it. Guilt trip those biatches into putting their hand in their pocket and sticking a couple of quid in the pot. Let's do that. Let's make this push. Let's get this up to £700. Let's do it. Come on, we know we can all do it. Let's do that push. Let's get to £700 before we reach 10 o'clock. And I won't take my clothes off. No, I'm only joking. Rob of Burping Toes. The cool friend. Are you the cool friend? That's the question. So, Akito, 1.2 seconds faster than anybody else. Hatterlad, he's out there. He's on those soft compound tyres yet again. Aaron still running. So, Akito and Aaron still running out in that Supra. They've been out there for some time. As has Pigstick. As has D-Dot. Chilled Stella has been out there for a while. Chilled Stella on lap 21. Number one Pops on lap 21. Jaegerade on lap 21. They've been running sometime in that MX-5, as has Chilled Stella. Then we've got Jarhead. He's on lap 9. He's taken over from Wiggy. Wiggy ran his stint. Jarhead jumping in. He's going to run a little stint. And I can tell you now, he's going to be taken over by my friend and my number 2 here at Black Flag, Old Man Jay, who's going to take over from Jarhead when he gets back from work in probably about 2 and a bit hours. Temp what? Temperature? Temporary? Temperamental? That looks to me very much like a GTR. That doesn't look anything like one of the cars that we're running. Could be wrong. That is indeed a GTR. So, come on, dude. You know the drill. Let's get the correct car on board, shall we? And he's a DDR guy. Come on, DDR guys, give your guy a little nudge and tell him which car he is. He's in the wrong car, man. You're in the wrong car, my friend. Before I start character assassinating you and making up stories about your parentage, get in the correct car immediately and make a donation, or I'm going to kick you, virtually kick you in the nuts. Akito running very, very well. I mean, he's done some really solid laps. He has gone sub 4 minutes. He's settled into a bit of a rhythm. Those last 2 laps were the 4 minute and 1:27 and the 4 minute and 1:85. On a lap this long, to get that sort of consistency is really, really good. The longer the track, the harder it is to be regularly consistent. And a track like Le Mans, you need to make sure that you've got that every corner is kind of spot on, and it's hard to do that, particularly with the complexity of this track. I mean, there's so many different sorts of corners here as Akito into the pits, which will free up. I mean, it's no one's really racing anyone. Temp is kind of racing Atalad, but he's in the wrong car. He's a DDR driver, so there are DDR drivers in here, so somebody knows who he is. So they need to tell him to get into the correct car, make a donation, or get the flock out. It is what it is. I mean, I'm not. Listen, I appreciate that not everybody has the same level of intelligence or awareness. But when you go into a lobby, you know what it says in the top when you enter the lobby. You know what it says, right? So that's the first thing you see when you go in. Then when you get in, you see a list of all the cars that are racing. Now, if you go into a lobby and you see that everybody is running either this car or that car, something might suggest that that's the car you should be running. But, even still. But maybe you don't. So then you get a little note which tells you, do this, and then you make the decision. So, Moonshine, whoever Moonshine is, I'm assuming that there we go, Moonshine's there. So Moonshine has done a 3:57.081. I don't know what car they're in, of course, because I'm not looking at that thing. But they've only got that and done obviously a couple of laps and just put that time in. I don't know what else, because obviously if we were running under race conditions, they wouldn't be able to do it. But at the end of the day, the thing is, right, is there is, when you're stupid, right, it's like when you're dead, is that you don't really know, when you're dead, you don't know you're dead. It's just the people around you that suffer. So very similar when you're stupid. You don't know that you're stupid, it's the people around you that suffer. I find that the ability we've developed as formed human beings to read and the understanding of the world around us would mean that we are much better suited to survival. The problem is that we can't sterilise people who are stupid. I would love to. I actually do, right? Fuck it. We're here for hours. I'm going to go off on a tangent. I actually think, right, that we should. Everybody should be chemically castrated until they've proven they are capable and not stupid of having children without being an idiot, right? And then when you've proven that you're not an idiot and you're capable of looking after yourself, then you can have that chemical castration reversed and you're allowed to have children. How about that? When I'm Lord of the world, that's going to be my first decree, is that everybody's chemically castrated until they can prove they're not a fucking retard. I seem to spend my entire life just shouting at stupid lately. Anyway, moving swiftly on. And to be fair, I wasn't aimed at Atalad just because I was on Atalad. To be fair, it was more aimed at... we'll see now if Temp puts on the correct car. That looks like he might have changed the car to something a little bit more suitable. And yes, he has. He's in the Toyota Supra. Welcome to the race, my friend. Let's see how well you do now. If you've gone in the actual correct Supra, that looks to me like you've gone in the road-going version and not the racing version. But each to their own, of course. I refer back to my previous comment. So Moonshine is out there. He's in the Supra. He's put the fastest lap of the racing thus far with a 3:57.0. And Temp has decided that his temporary insanity plea is not going to work. Drac Fury has joined the room. How quick is he going to be? So we're entering into the last 5 minutes of hour number 2. This will be 2 hours into a 24-hour race. Just think about that for a second. What happens in 24 hours? Think about all the things you can achieve in 24 hours. And what are we asking you to do? We're asking you to spend a few hours driving a car around a track and bung a few quid into a pot for some kids who in the last 24 hours may have just found out that they've got cancer. And you can help Click Sergeant help these children and their families with dealing with that information. And I can tell you from personal experience as a parent of a child who had been diagnosed with cancer. And I want to make it clear that he was diagnosed at 2. He got the all clear when he was 8. And despite a couple of scares over the years with health and stuff, he's been all right. He's now in his 20s. He's got a very, very good job. Still fucking lives at home, but they all do. But no, he has a very, very good job and a very, very comfortable life, and he's doing really well for himself. But Click Sergeant were very much part of that. I genuinely don't know how we would have. We were very young parents at the time, and I don't know how we would have coped as really young parents with that kind of knowledge without their help. And it wasn't just emotional. It was helping us sort out our finances because I had to change my job and we had to really think about. Ben, you probably, but if you're racing 11 p.m, would you be better off sleeping now and then coming back for the 11 till 5, mate? Right, so Moonshine, fastest man on the track. He's out there in 32.7 seconds quicker than Akito currently. We're starting to see some cars though chucking in times under that 4-minute mark. Wiggy was the first to do it. Then Akito chucked one in, and now we're going to ignore the guy that came in the room and didn't belong here. Because he was in the wrong car and he's a knob. 3:57.0 for Moonshine, showing some great pace. Hatterlad in the pits for D. Dot Racing, DDR. Remember when Hatterlad used to race with us? Albeit briefly. Aaron, or E3 Aaron from BCGT, Black Country GT riders. He's currently running technically kind of 4th. He's now on those medium compound tyres. They've got to run 3 compounds for the stint. And let's be fair, who the fuck is going to police it? I'm only joking. Pig Stick. I really like this on the back of his car. I love what he's done with the Black Country GT Racing logo and just stuck that pig in the middle of it. It's very, very cool, my friend. Very cool. Yes, very cool. I do like the livery there as well. Dracul Fury joins us on the racetrack. He's on his outlap in the Supra. Welcome to hell, my friend. Welcome to hell. He is in. D-Dots, he's still out there. He's on those soft compound tyres. You can see just the kind of wear on those tyres already. And it's only going to get worse. Yeah, you did actually, didn't you? It's not going to get easier, mate. It's going to get harder and harder the tighter and tighter you get. Chilled Stella still running all well in that MX-5 and showing some good pace actually in that car. We've already had a very long night cycle. We're now in a very cool day cycle and we can see the cars and we can see these great liveries and the different adaptations of the same livery as well. Been very, very well done. There's some really cool liveries out there. A big credit to Mike for the main liveries that I've seen, certainly for the Supra and the MX-5, and for putting this together, of course, because it's a very, I can speak from experience, it's a very difficult thing putting any event together, let alone one where you're asking people not only to dedicate a large chunk of their time to something quite, in the scheme of things, frivolous, and to give money for the privilege of doing that. So anyway, right, so top of the hour as we are, let's have an update on the financial situation thus far. We wanted, well, at least I wanted, us to have got to the magic target of £700 when we got to 10 o'clock. We made the target 600 by the time we got to 9 o'clock. Have we made the target now? We've got to 9 p.m. No, we didn't make the 700, but you know, still we're there or there about £669. That's 2/3 of the way to our target. Bear in mind, we're 2/3 of the way to the target, and we are only 2 hours into a 24-hour race here. So plenty of time to get cracking. So look, I'm going to make this target a little bit easier this time. Can we get to 700 before 11 o'clock? Let's get back on track, eh? Let's get to 700 quid before we get to 11 o'clock. And let's go one further. Let's say, okay, next 2 hours. So by midnight, can we get... what are we looking at? So what's 69? So 130 quid. Can we get 130 quid on the board between now and midnight? I don't think it's a big ask. 130 quid, that's the thing. And the way we do it is, you guys that are out there, you're watching, get this shared. Stick it on your social media, get it out there. 130 quid between now and midnight gets up to a nice round figure as we go into tomorrow with 700 quid, leaving us a smaller target to get to by the end of this race, which will be tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. all times. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. When I'm going to hang on until about midnight, and I'm going to have a break for a couple of hours and a little snooze and stuff, and then I'm going to, when I wake up, before I come back and talk to you all, assuming you've hung around to wait for me, which you should absolutely do, I will try and fix the Discord issue so you can come and have a chat with me and join me. If I can fix it, of course. There's Chilled Stella. He's got Dracul Fury coming up behind and coming past, as you would expect, being that they are running in very, very different racing cars. Such a shame I can't use the keyboard controls because we're in practice mode, not race mode, which is a right pain. Because I'll say that we've been using GT7 without keyboard controls for so long. It's almost like when we got them, I got so overexcited. To be fair, the first week, I almost forgot we even have replays again, and yeah, well, it is what it is. Right, number one Pops, still running. We're going to hour number 3 for Akito on lap 27. Hatilad on lap 18. Aaron's on lap 26, soon to be lap 27. He's going to be into hour 3 very shortly. Pig Stig. Well into hour 3, into the pits he goes. Dracul Fury, he's just joining us from DDR for his first stint. Moonshine, he's new to us as well, back out in the Supra. He's got the fastest lap of the race as well, the 57.0. D-Dot lap 26, he's been out there since the very beginning. He's coming into hour 3 now as he pulls into the pits for yet another pit stop. Chilled Stella as well has been out there. Excuse me. Yawny. You watch how like everyone that's listening now yawns also. I've just spread a yawn across the world like an online disease. Chilled Stella. It might help you stay awake, but also you've used VR for that long. It might also make you sick. You might end up like getting sucked into like another realm, and you like in Tron, you become like a digital human being. Everyone would be like, "Where's Ben?" And you'd be like, from the other side of our screen, "I'm here. Look. Let me out." No, I don't. I like it. I haven't used VR yet, and I've VAR. I've used VR. I haven't used VR yet. I would like to. I can't just. Listen, I looked at the cost of it, and there are many things that cost that much that I would really, really like to buy first, and that I would probably use a lot more. But the thing is, I don't drive as much as you lot because obviously I'm broadcasting all the time. You know, the funny thing is I've set my wheel up centre stage in the middle of my desk, and the reality is that actually it should be my computer in the middle of the desk and the wheel off to one side and movable, because I don't use it as much as I say as much as I like. I mean, yeah, I probably would like to have time to use it more, but I don't really. I'm not that good anyway. Yeah, I suppose you're lucky. Yeah. No, don't get me wrong. I would love to have VR. I just wouldn't. The cost isn't justified. The cost isn't justified because I wouldn't use it enough. And there are much cooler devices. In all honesty, I'd rather spend the money on like a 3D printer or something like that, which I'd probably get much more use out of. No, I get your point, and I completely agree with you. I think the problem for me is that I just don't drive enough. If you bear in mind that when I'm not sort of out of action because I'm working, I'm broadcasting 6 or 7 nights a week, sometimes 2 a night. So in between that, I don't get much chance to drive, and I'm really fucking listen. And I'm aware that the VR, you're slower in VR, or at least the people that I've spoken to find that they are a little bit slower in VR than they are regularly. I'm already fucking slow, mate. Seriously. If VR is going to slow me down, I might as well just start driving in reverse or just get out and walking. So it'll just be like, yeah, it's 24 hours at Le Mans. Chilled Stella is in the MX-5. There's D-Dot there in the Supra. Oh no, look, there's Empire and he's fucking walking again. That's how slow I am. It's quite simple. Am I faster than some people? Yes. I mean, look, yeah, I can hold my own in the dailies. In C lobby dailies, I can hold my own. I can win every now and again when some bellend doesn't put me into a wall or fucking scrape the side of my car or try to climb inside me. Are you actually quicker, or do you just feel quicker? That's the thing. Thing is, I'm not a big fan of cockpit view anyway. My eyesight's not. I'd say my eyesight's not great. I don't need glasses or anything, but I don't know. Maybe a benefactor will get me VR. Maybe if I get lucky and I get a bit of extra money knocking about, I might do it. I think the problem is it's talking my missus into it. If I get something practical like a 3D printer or a laser etching machine, which is the something else I'm looking at, like a laser cutting machine. There are plenty of arguments I can make for having that for other reasons that involve the kids and all that kind of thing. But with a VR headset, there's no justification. I suppose the one thing I could do is I could convince my daughter, who has a PS5, that she wants to get VR for something, and then borrow her headset on the odd occasion I get to use it. I think I've come up with a plan. So basically, I need to spend between now. Well, it's her birthday in June, so I've got a month. If I convince her in the next month to want the VR, then I could potentially have a go between now and June. If not, then maybe I have to try and convince her by Christmas that she wants a VR headset. We'll see. No, I mean the thing is, I've tried iRacing. And obviously you can only race in cockpit view there. I mean, because I'm not very good at iRacing, it's always going to be hard. But I don't know, I just struggle with it. Who knows? But the thing is, I might get VR, and it turns out that I'm actually super, super quick. I'm not entirely confident about that statement, but you never know. Right, let's have a little run through the field. We've got anyone new out there? PJ Carp just joining the room. So Moonshine, still the fastest man on the racetrack. 3:57.081 for him. Hello, PJ Carp. Now, does PJ Carp know what's going on? Is question number one. If they don't know what's going on, are they smart enough to see what's going on? That's question number two. If they're not smart enough to see what's going on, they're going to take their time to actually look at the cars. Who knows? Do you know what? I've had this open the whole time. There we go. That's the current target. Still at 669. Come on. let's get that up. Let's come on. Let's bump it up. Try not to fall asleep, mate. Who's that? I hope it's not aimed at me, because I am going to fall asleep. And I can tell you, we've just had another donation, 679, creeping towards that 700 target, and then obviously we've got to get beyond that by midnight. Midnight. So 2 hours to get 120 quid. Moonshine, fastest man on the racetrack. Akito. Where'd you go? There'd you go. He's coming up behind Pigstick. Is there going to be a move made here? Can he get close enough to make that move? He's on the soft tyres. Pigstick is on. He's also on the softs, but he's on much older softs. I'm just going to try something. I know I haven't got replays and stuff, but I wonder if I've got these buttons. Oh, I have. Oh, that is so cool. Alright, cool. So some of my keys work with the keyboard, so let me get rid of that keyboard, which is my computer one, and I'll put in that one. You wouldn't believe I've got a massive fucking desk, right? A massive desk. I'll tell you the story about the desk in a minute. I've got this massive desk, but I still don't have the room because I put my steering wheel in the fucking middle of it. So basically this desk is really, really old. It's been in my family life for loads of time. So it's a Victorian writing desk. It's a great-great-grandfather had it. And it's kind of moved down through the men of the family, then through my mum and on to me. And it went to my daughter. When my mum died, it went up to my daughter's room and she used it as like a dressing table kind of thing. And then she decided she was going to do a room up as Pigstick, making a really good move there, up into 5th position. So my daughter decided she didn't want it in her room anymore, which is fair enough. You know, you can't expect a 21, 22-year-old girl to have a Victorian writing desk in her room for any length of time. And we were really genuinely struggling with where the fuck we were going to put it, because the shed's full. We haven't got room for another shed, because I've not long ago spent several £1,000s on my garden with only room for the one shed. Anyway, so decided to try and squeeze it into my little corner. So my rig was broken anyway, so we decided to get rid of the rig, see if we can mock it up. So I've had to build some shelves and stuff and put this big Victorian desk in my corner, and it does fit perfectly. It fits brilliantly. And obviously I've got 2 new screens now, 2 nice big screens in the middle of it. But it means I've got this nice big desk, but because there's so much stuff on it, there is actually not really many places to put anything down. So genuinely you wouldn't believe it if you saw it. But anyway, that's the story of my desk. For whatever random reason that is. Told you, listen, it's 24 hours. I will talk absolute bollocks to fill in the time as much as possible. Right, so Moonshine, fastest man out there. Akito just coming out of the pits. Spent a lot of time in there. I did think it weird we weren't doing a ×1 on fuel and tyres, bearing in mind it was a 24-hour race. But as people are jumping in and doing very different stints, some doing an hour, some doing 4 or 5 hours, it makes sense that everybody gets a chance to do some actual pit stops and stuff like that. Hatterlad still running, lap 20 now for Hatterlad, been in the room for a little while. Good to see you again, my friend. Aaron on lap 28. So I think the race leader, I think, is still Akito, because Akito's on lap 30. Then I think Aaron, or is it Pigstick? Then Pigstick, then Aaron. So I think they're the top 3 in the Supras. Let's find our top 3 in the hairdresser's car. So I think Schulsteller, definitely number 1 MX5 driver. And then it's toss-up. I think it's J grade. And then it's Pops. We know it's not going to be Jar, because Jarhead is, he came out, he's on stint number 2 for his team. Wiggy ran the first stint in that Supra. Jarhead's now out. And Jarhead will run, I believe Jarhead is running till about midnight, when he'll be relieved, and not in a happy ending kind of way. He'll be relieved by Jay, who I think will then run the Supra, or you may run the MX-5. I don't know. I think knowing Jay, he'll probably run the Supra rather than the MX-5. Other drivers out there, so Lager Lama's still in the room, hasn't run a thing yet. Fazal jumping in for whatever reason. he's part of the M21 racing team, who basically were born out of the revenants of I don't want to talk too much. The team who shall be not be named. The team from which Black Flag were born. The team that where the guy that ran it just absolutely imploded and kicked a big bunch of people out for dare to question him. And yeah, Black Flag was born off the back of that. Anyway, moving swiftly on. PJ Carp now out on track. Who does PJ Carp replace? Or is he... it looks like he might just be an additional driver on track. So there we go, we've got a new driver. He's in the Supra. He hasn't got any logos on there. So is he a known driver or an unknown driver? I tell you what though, it's a really cool livery. He hasn't got any of the liveries you'd expect to see if he's coming in for this charity event. But it's not a bad looking car, to be fair. Not a bad looking car at all. Moonshine leads from PJ Carp. Akito is third. If you're following the order on the racetrack, that's not actually true. Akito is the race leader without a question. Been out there long. He's on lap 30. Soon to be lap 31 when he finishes through these Porsche curves. Second behind him is Aaron running in. It shows him fifth on the racetrack. He's actually running second in that other Supra, and then we know that Pigstick and then Aaron. So Pigstick behind Akito, then Aaron. In terms of tyre wear, I haven't kept up with who's got what tyres on. It's going to be impossible to monitor it. If someone cheats, they probably won't get caught. I'm not suggesting you should cheat. It's for charity, people. If you cheat, think of the children. Think of those children that you are disappointing with your cheaty ways. We haven't done a track guide for a while. Shall we do a track run through? We'll do a track run through. We'll do it in. We'll do it with number one. No, we won't because he's got a penalty. Let's do it with Jarhead. Actually, let's go Jarhead and do it from bonnet cam, shall we? So once you've done the initial twisty, this is where you come into the fastest part of the racetrack. You want to drift as far left as you can, but try and keep two tyres on the black stuff, and then keep the car straight as possible. No sudden movements. Let it drift across the track whichever way the track wants to take it. No wheel movements. Keep that foot flat to the floor. If you've got a chance to tuck in behind another car, get some slipstream, absolutely you should do it. Oh look, that's Arco in the sky, that helicopter. In private joke. Those of you that will know what I'm talking about. Maybe I'll talk about it later. I'll talk about it in a minute. So you get into the first chicane here, and then you back on the power again. And again, same thing. Don't worry about turning the wheel. Keep the wheel straight. Let the car go where the car goes. Keep your foot flat. You want to maximise every single mile per hour that you can. I'm with you on that, Robert. I think 6 hours in the VR would make me absolutely upchuck. Who knows though? Who knows? So heading down here to the next chicane before you get to the last bit of this really quick part of Le Mans. Through the chicane you go. Careful not to go too wide, and then back on the power. And again, you need to have a little bit of throttle control here, a little bit of steering control, because if you just let the car drift where it's going to drift, it will drift into a wall. So you're going to get that car turned round that little kink. Stay as far as you dare to this left-hand side, not right to the grass, because actually the track limits is that white line. You don't want to go too far over that. Into the turn you go, flick it in early, get on the brakes. Let the car drift right out to the left hand side when you brake before you turn in and use all the road on the way out, just avoiding that sandy bit. As we see PJ Carp in the Super breezing past, which you would expect, bearing in mind that it's 40 miles an hour faster on the long straighty bit. And this is the telltale sign of Pirate opening a bottle of beer. Don't judge me. The last time I did this was at 7:30 before the broadcast started. So suck it, people. Moonshine jumping into the pits as Jarhead comes in towards Indianapolis. Very tricky turn. You get this right, it can really make or break your lap though. Because this is where you start to slow down a little bit before again you get back on the power. Yes, you're right, the lobby is very good. Get in the right fucking car or leave, Bellend. Right, onto the power you go before you go through the penalty line here, under the Porsche sign, heading towards the famous Porsche curves. By the way, if you're wondering why I'm drinking in between my beers, I'm drinking water as well, because if I just drink beer, I would be incredibly wankered and not be able to finish this. So through the Porsche curves you go. In the MX-5 you don't have to drop down quite as much as you do in other cars, but of course you still don't have the grip. Round to the right, round to the left again before you drop down the gear. Anytime now, drop it into fourth, there we go. Throttle control through this section, and in the MX-5 again you can get on the throttle so much earlier. Just dropping your speed a little bit through the left-hander before you head down, flick right, flick left, and then into the final. I call them S's because they are, it is really a few S's. So this is the faster of the two down to third gear. You can take a lot of curb there, stay on the power, then you change it down second gear, take a lot of curb. Avoid those sausages if you can. Really upsets you coming out. That has a massive effect on your lap time, both for the end of the lap and the beginning of the new lap. You lose somewhere near 15 to 20 kilometers an hour catching those sausages. In terms of being able to get back on the speed quicker, it unsettles the car coming in, it unsettles the car coming out. You have to slow down more. That is who off the racetrack? That is, who was it? It was PJ Carp off the racetrack, and it gives me an opportunity to say,
You can't park that there, mate.
so anyway, moving on. I do have other nuggets in there. So when people crash, they often leave a lot of this on the track. God, what else we got? While we're messing around, what else we got?
How dare you?
Thanks, Greta. Shut up.
I crashed.
You crashed? How are you coming fast?
How indeed are you coming fast? You will see there above where it says Young Lives versus Cancer, it says donate now. Have you done it? If you haven't, why have you not done it? Get out and do it. Especially the guy that's just joined the room. What's your name? He's left the room. Oh no, there he is. Gwit Noah from Francia. I've not had the best the best week with French drivers on this game. Less said, the better, shall we? Thank you, Moonshine, for putting those laps in. And we'll see you later then, Moonshine. Yeah, I did one. I've done 3 daily races in total this week, and they're really annoying because I love Le Mans and I love that kind of GR2 Le Mans combo in that that Mercedes Benz, that old classic Mercedes Benz. I love it. Really, really fun combo for me. But I've just been too busy this week work wise to put any kind of effort into doing it. But I have squeezed 3 daily races in this week, and it's been fucking carnage. The second race it fucking rained the whole time, which was shit anyway. But the last one, I had a French driver and a German driver that demonstrated complete lack of driving knowledge. And if you want to see how shit they were, check out this YouTube page. It's called Dicks of the Days. It's a recent one. There are other ones in there, of course. You can go and find them anywhere. And it basically highlights the really stupid people you find in daily races. To be fair, there's some doozies in there, man. There's some real doozies in there. But yeah, I found 2 this week in 1 race. Put it this way, there was enough incidents between those 2 to make 1 entire video of Dicks of the Days from 1 race at Le Mans. 5 laps, just 5 laps. Right, Akito is still your race leader. Would he still be the leader if Wiggy was out there? I don't know. I mean, Wiggy was pretty darn quick. But Wiggy has relinquished that position. and in his place came Jihad in the MX-5, who's carried a 1 second penalty. So I mean, technically, I think we can argue that Akito and Jihad overall are the current leaders, or Team Akito and Team Wiggy, essentially. It's kind of an odd format because we've got some that are teams of 1s and 2s, maybe 3s and 4s, but we've also got some independents just jumping in just for a laugh, doing a couple of laps here and there. But that's what it's all about. It's for charity. It's not, it's not for. It's not. Look, you can get some bragging rights if you do all right, but at the end of the day, the people we want to win are the little baby children. Safety car is out. Who died to bring about the safety car? Who knows? So everyone going to get tucked in behind. Is it Jaegerade? Oh yeah, he's got damage, so he's coming in for that. Or is it DD? Jaegerade coming in for damage repair. I thought the whole point of the safety car was engine damage, but who knows? So there is this the big boss man, the brains behind the operation. There he is in that AMG GT3 Mercedes-Benz safety car. It's not as cool looking as obviously the proper GT car, but it is still relatively cool. As cool as it would be, and it would look cool outside my house, even without that big wing on the back. Cough cough. Drag Fury, how you doing, my friend? How are you doing? Done alright so far? How many laps you done? You've done 7 laps, not bad thus far. Lap time's alright. 4:18, 4:19s. Not bad for mediums anyway. Just making 4:20 in the pits and you're back out. Where are we going, D-Dot? Where are you, my friend? There you are. Yes, you're having a long pit stop, are you, for a roller break? I've just got the old vape, my friend. Just got the old vape. Good thing is I don't have to go outside to smoke it. Yeah, 32 laps, not bad. So Akito, clearly race leader, is on lap 33. I think then Pigstig, lap 32, just behind. What else we got to say? I think you're sitting third, aren't you? I think you're sitting third, D-Dot. Maybe not anymore. If you're going to sit there and roll yourself something. Right, so Chilled Stella is the one tucked in behind the safety car thus far. Pigstick with a 3-second penalty. Someone fucked up the pit stop, didn't they? So number 1 Pops is swapping out. So Hulky, or is Hulky actually Katie, or is Katie just like someone else's account that Hulky's on? Please clarify immediately. Keep going, Dino. D's doing well. You'll join late because Jonesy's going to join in at 11 and swap with Pops. So in 32 minutes, we're going to lose number 1 Pops. He's not the number 1 Pops. My kids got me a cup last year that told me I was. So somebody's being lied to. Number 1 Pops running in. He's one of the front runners actually currently in the MX-5. I think he might be second. No, he's third. In the MX-5s currently, from those that started from the start, he's running third. In terms of those on the racetrack, I think that puts him kind of net 6th, which isn't bad if you consider that a number of people have been in and out of this run. And in the big scheme of things, you've got to bear in mind these MX-5 runners still have Supras to run, whereas the Supra runners have MX-5s still to run. So still plenty to play for, still plenty to race for, and still plenty of reasons to send us your money. In the immortal words of Bob Geldof, Give us your fucking money. Let's have a little looky, see where we're at, shall we? We're at 10:30. Last target was, or last amount was 670 something. So we are now at the wonderful, beautiful figure of £684, just £16 short of 700, and just a few quid short of 69%, baby. I'll tell you what, I will throw in a Black Flag Racing TV t-shirt for anybody that donates and gets us to exactly 69%. And I'm just going to open the door for my son. I'll be back with you very shortly. Hello, how'd it go, mate?
Well,
I'll put it on mute for a minute to talk to my son. So with that, my son was just back from his university esports awards ceremony. For those of you who don't know, my son is on an esports scholarship to Ryan University. He's studying accountancy, but he's on an esports scholarship. And his Rocket League team has been absolutely on fire this season. UK champions, quarterfinals of the World Cup, the European World Cup qualifiers, and in the current European Championships as it stands. And his team have won like the university award for best esports team in the university, over lots of other teams, of course. And both of his teammates have won. One best most improved, the other one best player overall. So yeah, good night for his university team. Anyway, moving swiftly on. That's where we are. £684. I was offering a t-shirt to the person that got us to 69%. Has somebody done it? Has anybody gone in and donated just enough to get us to 69%? Not yet. They haven't. That's what I want. My next target for anybody is someone to donate just enough to get us to exactly 69%, so I can shout 69, baby, for no other reason than because I want to. And I will send that person a Black Flag Racing TV t-shirt. There we go. That's your incentive. And I'll tell you what, you'll be the first person outside this family, outside this house, to have one. Unless you include the place that makes them. They've got some, obviously, because they make them. But, yeah, they are very, very new and very, very exclusive. There is already a keyring going out to Chris H, who got us to the £600 target with his donation. He's not the first person outside this house to get a keyring, because I gave one to my friend earlier. Or would you prefer a fridge magnet? You can have a fridge magnet instead if you want. I've got some of them. Anyway, moving swiftly on because I can. So, we know number one Pops is getting replaced soon with Jonesy. Me and Mr. Jones. Gwit Noah from Francia. He has put in the fastest lap of the race with 3:57.081. I thought that someone else had done that, but clearly not. Akito still leads this race though, overall. 34 laps in. His fastest lap is a 3:59.8 in that GR Supra. He's right up behind at the moment, right up behind Pigstick. And I know one's showing in third, one's showing in second. It's just because it's where they are on a racetrack, people. Don't get too excited. I don't know where anyone is. I literally have to work it out. You guys just have to listen to me and hope that I'm right. But to be fair, I could tell you guys anything. You know I was fucking paying attention anyway. So there he is. He's up behind Pigstick. Is he going to make a move on Pigstick? He's on these soft tyres. Probably got another lap or two left in those. Pigstick, nice and fresh. Fresh as a daisy they are. But Akito is coming in to the pits It is 2.5 hours into this race. Ignore the clock in the bottom left-hand corner because that is not the correct time. We didn't reset the lobby when it started. We're actually 2.5 hours in to this 24-hour Le Mans extravaganza. Much going on over this 24-hour period. And unlike the real 24-hour at Le Mans, we don't have a massive team of broadcasters. We just have me. I did kind of plan to have other people involved, but somehow I managed to cock up the settings and can't get Discord to work in my broadcast for whatever reason that might be. So that's just something else for me to fix at some stage during this broadcast over the next 24 hours. I'm not going to do it now. I'll probably do it at some stage during the day tomorrow. I can waffle and fix at the same time, or get someone else to waffle. To be fair, I could find a way to get somebody else in another way, and get someone else doing some broadcasting. Maybe there's a way. To be fair, you know what I should have done? I've got a thing called Collab Cam that I can set up where it just requires somebody else to be in the lobby, and they can broadcast from their PlayStation to me, and I can broadcast what they see. But it would require that person having set it up beforehand, and I haven't done it yet. So, I'll tell you what else it does that's really cool. If I'm doing a broadcast like this, I can have 2 or 3 people with that Collab Cam app installed, and they can beam themselves to me, and I can put the pictures of them on the broadcast into the broadcasting total. But of course, it needs to be set up beforehand. It's not something that can be set up mid-broadcast. Right, officially past the point of the longest consecutive race I have ever broadcast on. Certainly without any help or without cutting to another broadcaster. So 2.5 hours was my previous longest, and we are now at 2 hours and 36 minutes. No, technically, actually, I've had much longer broadcasts, but it's been spread over 3 or 4 races continuously with breaks in between. For continuous races, this is the longest thus far. We are currently on board with the race leader Akito. He's well into his 3rd hour of racing as it stands. Behind him on the rankings there is Pigstick with 34 laps, but actually Aaron I think is in terms of actually lap time probably a little bit closer. I could be wrong, of course. Very difficult to work out. Oh, did he really? Let's have a look. It's just been called. Let's see if it's actually happened. And where is it? 69, baby. £690, 69%. Boom shanker. Do me a favour, Ben. PM me your details, and I will pop off that T-shirt for your boy after the bank holiday weekend. I'm not going to the post office on a Saturday. That would be to be fair, I'm going to be here, so I can't. Yeah, pop me your address over, and I will send it to him, and I'll pop a keyring in there for him and all. Thank you very much for the donation. Now, put your hand in your pocket and take it to 169%. I'm only joking. Thank you very much. Great donation. Awesome job. Awesome job. Right, moving swiftly on from that. Thank you very much, Ben's boy. What's your boy's name? Oh, it's Ashley. Ashley, thank you very much for your donation, my friend. Look forward to your T-shirt and your keyring heading your way. I'm assuming he said my lad just made it 69. I'm assuming that his lad is a little younger than 18. It'd be really creepy if I'm sending stuff to a like 25-year-old. I'm assuming he is a lad. Yeah, pop me over his size as well, mate, because it was actually an adult show I was going to send, but if I need to sort out a smaller one, it might take another week, but I'll sort it out. Yeah, Ben. Yeah, actually, yeah. Send me his size and send me his and your address, and I'll sort it. Right, so there we go. So it is the French leading the race. Guit Noir. Smelling of onions. I'm only joking. 2.7 seconds is how much faster he is than anyone else on the racetrack right now. 3:57.081 for the Frenchman. And how hard is it to drive with both hands in the air? Akito is the actual race leader, of course. He's on lap 36 as we move into the last 20 minutes of hour number 3. For those of you who don't know what we're doing, this is the BCGT Young Lives versus Cancer 24-hour at Le Mans charity race. I'm Owen Pirate. This, of course, you know where you are. You're at Black Flag Racing TV, because you wouldn't be listening to me if you didn't know where you were already. And if you do, if you kind of found me by accident, welcome. Anyway, we're going to be with you. Well, look, the broadcast is going to be with you for the full 24-hour period. I will be here in spits and spurts. I'm going to be brutally honest with you. Throughout the darkness of the night, you won't see much of me. I will pop up in the early hours in the morning and have a little recap. But you'll get me for bits and pieces throughout the day tomorrow. You know, clearly I've got a family in my house. I have to do stuff here, and I've been told in no uncertain terms I'm not spending all fucking day on that computer. Those were the exact words. Although, to be fair, if I send some money, she might go shopping and leave me alone. So we'll see what we can do there. No, I've got any money. I live in London. Everything we own goes on paying for property and transport. Right, so Akito, Pigstig, and Aaron, they're your top 3 running in Supras. That's how it stands at the moment. Then we've got Pops, we've got J-Grade, and we've got Chilled Stella. Those 3 in the MX-5s, they started out on those cars. They're kind of, that's your top 6. With the Supras leading and then the MX-5s behind. Things will change over time as MX-5s come in and MX-5s go out, and Supras come in and Supras go out, and that kind of thing, and it will mix itself up. And at some point, somebody's going to have to pull that entire shit show apart, work out where people finish. Thankfully, that's not me, because that would be an absolute nightmare. Quite interesting doing it like this, because most like endurance races, what you generally do is you have 3 or 4 lobbies and they just go back to back. So you run a lobby, and then when it's time to change over, they come in the next lobby. The beauty of doing it this way is that people aren't kind of restricted to how much time they do. So if you want to do an hour, you can do an hour. If you want to do 5 hours, you can do 5 hours. If you want to do 24 hours, you're insane. You probably eat pizza with a knife and fork. You certainly put pineapple on it, and you are mental. But you're quite welcome to do that. Yeah, so that's the beauty of having it like this. I mean, I suppose in order to do it this way, you have to have it as a practice, not a race, of course. There's no other way to really do it. Unless, I suppose the other way would have been to do like 1 hour races. So we'll work out how many laps it is for 1 hour and do it as 1 hour races and do it in stints of 1 hour, maybe. And that might have been easier to kind of keep track of who's where on the track. As Drackle Fury makes a move around Chilled Stella quite easily, but he would do because he's in that Supra. So let's give some time to some of the newer drivers out there. Jarhead, he came in for Wiggy did an hour in the Supra and dominated quite well. He had the fastest lap when he left. We've had some people in since that have gone faster, but they're not playing the long game. They're playing the let's come in for an hour and then piss off game. Wiggy will be back. So after Jarhead is racing until midnight, so another hour and 15 minutes or so. He'll then be replaced by Old Man Jay, another Black Flag driver, who will do, I think the plan is to go to about 3, maybe 4 o'clock in the morning, when he'll be replaced again by Wiggy. And then I think Wiggy is planning on doing quite a long run after that. It would be nice if someone could relieve him for a while. Obviously that someone won't be me, because I'm going to ruin all his hard work if I do. Bandit, I think, is going to come in, or planning to come in, about 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon to relieve him. Can he then run from 2 till 8? That's the thing. Has he got it in him to run 5 hours? We'll see. Hopefully he managed to do it without his son logging him out. In joke. You wouldn't get it unless you were there. And Alex, suck it up, I'm only joking. Noah, fastest man on the racetrack. He's got Pigstick coming behind him. Those Pigstick going to make this move. He's certainly got the slipstream on him. A little bit of lag there from Noah. So you have to be just a little bit careful when you see that lag, not to get too close, because then that's where the netcode comes into play and decides, boom, you're out of it. Into the braking zone they go. Doesn't get to make the move. He's going to get a run on him here. If he can get the back end under control, he doesn't quite do as well with getting that back end under control as Guitner ahead of him. So he does lose a little bit of time. Does a little piggy. But he is chasing him down and doing a very, very good job of it. We've got 11 on the racetrack. We've had 6 or 7 others so far. Haven't really been keeping count. We've got some waiting in the pits for their turn. We've got 8 consecutive viewers. How about that? 8 current viewers on the chat, and loads of chat messages. Ben mostly speaking a lot, but no, it's it's wicked. As I said, send me all the details for your boy Ashley, and I will hook him up with some shizzle. Right, anyway, next target for midnight. So we've got an hour and 15 minutes. And we've got to get from the 69 baby that Ashley put us to. We've got to get from there. We've got to get from £690 to £800. That's the target I want. I would like us to get to £800 before we get to midnight tonight. That would be an absolutely insane place to get to. If you can help us get there, that'd be brilliant. It's a really, really worthy cause. There is nothing for me more important than supporting cancer charities. No, to be fair, I lie. I am a bit of a mental health advocate as well. But I think they go hand in hand. You know, when you get something like a cancer diagnosis, it's not just the cancer that can affect you. It is the mental health side of it. It's the kind of the knowledge that your life is going to change, and your parents and all your family around you as well are affected by that. And that's one thing that Click Sergeant do very, very well, is manage you through that process and help you out. It's very, very good. So Greet Noah is going out to get the livery to run it alongside. That is fantastic. When he says buy the livery, does he mean he's going to stick a donation in and then put the livery on? That'd be really awesome. Do you know, that's something that PD could possibly consider doing. Is that, a lot of people use this platform for charity events. Let's go with Hatlad for a while. We've been Hatlad for a bit. A lot of people use GT7 to run charity events. Maybe PD could look at a way that they could monetize. I will be. Just give me a shout if you need me to jump in the safety car. I've got it equipped, so if I need to jump in, I will. I've even put my transmission on auto, so I can just drive the controller. Anyway. As I say, so I think if PD could put in something whereby you could monetize a livery, I'm just trying to work out how they do. I suppose you could just monetize the livery. So you make a livery, and you can tick a little button that it's a charity livery, and you can monetize it. And that somebody makes the donation, so they buy that charity, and it automatically makes a donation to where you where the charity is. So if you've got a Just Giving page set up, you can link to that Just Giving page. The person buys the delivery from GT7, and it makes that donation onto the page for that livery. That could be a good way of doing things. I wonder if that's something that PD would ever consider doing. I mean, it can't be that difficult to code, surely. I mean, they could quite easily code you to be able to buy a livery to monetize it for themselves. Have a think about it. If you're listening, if anyone from Sony or PD is ever listening, think about that. I'm sure people wouldn't mind if you took a 1% commission or a 2% commission for processing that payment. It would make you very, very popular I suppose it would also mean there'd be a lot more charity events though. And there were people setting up the Buy Me a Beer charity, and I've made a livery, I need to buy some beer, please buy my livery so I can buy more beer. And it just donates the money straight to your table at Witherspoons. Oh, fucking hell, how cool would that be? You sit home all day, make some liveries, then fuck off to Witherspoons, stick your liveries online with your table number, and people buy your liveries, and you just get beers brought to your table at Witherspoons. And when when you get 10 beers, you get enough to buy a curry or something. Right, so Akito still in your lead. He's 38 laps in. I'm on safety car duty, so I've got to keep an eye. I don't quite know how I'm supposed to do that. If the safety car is needed, someone's going to have to come in the chat here and tell me. Although, to be fair, I mean, is there really... I think the only real need for safety car is if there's engine damage, right? And I don't think I've seen any engine damage thus far. Yeah, it would be good if other people could cover it, because it would kind of ruin the stream if basically it's just me going slowly. Well, to be fair, I always go slowly anyway, so it'd be just me doing what I normally do, but in a car designed to go slowly. Right. Oh, look. We've got a new Frenchman. Messick Topo. I don't know what that name's supposed to say. He's back in the pits again. Is he staying or is he going? Nope. Bye-bye. Lager Lama on to the racetrack. Big Ilif is on to the racetrack soon as well. Lager Lama heads on. This is his outlap, so he is coming on for... There's that pig stick coming off and then Lager Lama coming on. I think that's the swap, isn't it? I did write it down. Yeah. So pig stick in, Lager Lama out. And another stint begins. Pig stick obviously was in that Super Lager Lama in the MX-5. Jackal Fury's going very... Did somebody run out of fuel? Oh, dearie, 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 dearie me. Jackal Fury going very, very fast. I've got to say, if it goes any faster...
Everybody strap in!
Jackal, this is for you, man.
You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words.
I crashed.
You crashed! How are you coming fast?
You're not coming fast. You're coming very, very slowly. What a track to run out of fuel on, man. Seriously. It's a 4-minute lap. When you run out of fuel here, you are absolutely bollocks. Did you forget to pit, my friend? Because that certainly looks like what happened. Now I could take the broadcast off of you onto a car going much faster, but it's much funnier to watch you going slowly. I think as a punishment, you should pay £1 for every minute you over the 4-minute lap time that you are by the time you go into the pits. I think it should be a foregone conclusion punishment. Guitner is back with delivery on, and there is him flashing. Hello, let's all wave to Jackal Fury as he comes past us at 50 miles an hour, having run out of fuel on his lap 13. Unlucky for some, particularly unlucky for you, as he comes through Indianapolis at a very, very rapid pace. Let's put it over. Let's move on. Akito's still out there. Guess what? Akito's on lap 39. He's managed to do 39 laps and not run out of fuel. Hatterlad, he's done 30. He hasn't run out of fuel yet. And there's Aaron, lap 38. Guess what? He hasn't done. He hasn't run out of fuel. Oh, look, it's Jackal Fury. What happened to Jackal Fury? Oh, yeah. D-Dot. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. D-Dot, lap 37 for him. He's about to pass Jackal Fury. D-Dot has not run out of fuel. Chilled Stella, he's running in 6th in AX5. Coming into the pits, is this a handover, or is he staying? Come back out again. Pops is coming in, and I think the switchover is for another driver with Pops. There was some talk about it earlier. The switchover being for 11 o'clock. Pop's coming in. Jaguar stays out. Jarhead, because he came in to replace Wiggy. He's staying out for a while yet. Lager Llama's out. Bigger Liff is he's going to be coming out shortly. Guitno put on the livery. He's going to be coming out soon. Hulky, here he comes. He's coming out in the So it's for the DDR boys. Very quickly up behind Chilled Stella, and very, very quickly indeed. But he's out. He's in that MX-5 as the light is starting to fade here again at Le Mans. So Pops leaves the room. Goodbye, Pops. Thank you for joining us for this time. And Hulky demonstrating how not to take that particular corner. There we go. And let's have a look. Same livery for him as well. D. Racing, DDR Hulky. Lovely, jubbly, jubbly. Nice. Liking the livery a lot, my friend. Liking that livery a lot. So Hulky out in the MX-5. Ben is on track. Here he goes. He's out there now. He's in that MX-5. And thank you again to your son for his donation, just to allow me to go 69, baby. Right. Akito's in the pits. This is for him. His lap 39. Is this where he comes in and someone else takes his place? I can tell you that in Akito's team is there are a couple of drivers. I think it's Ben that Ben come out for him. So Ben coming out for Akito's. Akito, I think he's going to go for a little snooze now. Hattonad's still out there, lap 30 for him. Aaron's on lap 38. Has he got another hour in him? Does he have another hour in him? Drackle Fury, he's made it back to the pits. It only took 7 minutes and 40 seconds to do so. He ran out of fuel so far in to lap 13. Yeah, not good. D-Dot, he's still out there running in 7th place. As Bigger Liff loses his back end a little bit of that MX-5. Just getting dark as well. What a time to be coming in. Haven't had a chance to pick your braking spots. Haven't had a chance to pick your lines, to find your rhythm, and straight away the light fades and makes it difficult to see. Because that's what happens when the light goes out. You can't see. Right, it is 3 minutes to 11 p.m. And I think it's time for a total check, shall we? Are we still stuck at 690 as donated by Ashley? Or are we creeping ever closer to that target of £800 by midnight? Boom. I was still at that 69, baby. 69, baby. We're still stuck there. But 41 donations, that's phenomenal. Quick minute to thank everybody. Look, let's bring that back up. If you consider, right, if the people that raced had just given a tenner, we'd be nowhere near this target. So this demonstrates the generosity of some people. And the thing is, right, and I will state this now, is that generosity isn't measured by how much. It's generated purely by the fact that you did. Because, you know, the guy that gives £6 when all he's got is £10, his donation might be infinitely worth more than the guy who gives 20 when he's got 1,000. That's the irony of it. So, you know, for whether you've given £6 or 60 or 20 or 80, it doesn't matter. The fact that you've done it means an awful lot. Actually doing a happy dance over 69. The irony is I've given away a t-shirt and a keyring over 69. And I'm in my 40s with grown-up children. So there is nothing about 69 that's not funny and doesn't make people happy. Both physically being involved in one and just the thought of it. It's one of those things, isn't it? My 8-year-old laughs when you say 69. She doesn't even know why she's laughing. She just laughs because everybody else in my house does. It's a joyous number. If Douglas Adams had written The Meaning of Life now, the answer to The Meaning of Life wouldn't have been 42. It would have been 69, baby. So let's take some time to show some appreciation for the guy we are currently watching, Biggie Aleph, BCGT, big man himself. Listen, this is his. I say this is his idea. I'm sure there are other people in BCGT equally involved in it, but he's my go-to, so I'm going to give him the credit. Listen, just to even conceive of trying to get some people to do 24 hours of racing to raise money for a good cause is hard enough. I mean, to get people to want to raise money for a good cause is hard enough, because human beings inherently, well, no, I'm not going to say that. Generally, human beings are inherently wankers, but it's events like this that prove there are human beings out there that are amazing, giving, loving, caring people. And it's a fantastic charity. And genuinely, I've been involved in many charity events on GT7. I remember one for Mind that I actually organised myself for Mind. But actually, out of all the ones I've been involved in, I mean, this is one that really, really matters, because Click Sergeant is an organisation that's helped my family, directly helped my family as well. So I know just how important every single pound, every single donation is to an organisation like Click Sergeant. I've raised money for them before in other guises, and to be fair, I mean, I don't want to be that guy. I've been loads and lots of charity, but I've been involved in charity for a number of years. But I don't think there's many charities more worthy of your money than Young Lives versus Cancer, just purely because of what they do. It's not about the cure, and it's not about the prognosis or anything. That's not what they're focused on. They're not focused on healing you. They're not focused on finding a way to make you better. What they're focused on is helping you deal with all of those things, helping you deal with your recovery, helping you deal with your treatment, helping you deal with with your life. Because at the end of the day, a cancer diagnosis now doesn't mean you're going to die. Most childhood cancers now, there is a cure, or at least there is a chance. It's a very, very different scenario for most childhood cancers. And I mean, the fact there's childhood cancer in the first place means that if there is a God, he's a fucking horrible little prick. But we won't go into my religious views on that. But it's one of those things where medicine has found a way. But what medicine can't do is they can't help you through the day-to-day life of it. They can't help you through how do I deal with what I'm going through? How do I cope with finding out that my child is suffering from cancer? And that's what Click Sergeant do. They take that worry and that hurt and that pain and that misunderstanding and all those things that come along with it, and they help you with that. And they help your family with that. And that's why they deserve every penny they get and every penny you can give them. And, we don't expect you to be giving everything you've got. If you've got a quid, give a quid. If you've got £1 million, give £1 million. We'd love to give £1 million. Well, if you donated that, I think we would all, I tell you what, if someone donates £1 million, I'll do the whole fucking 24 hours and I won't go to sleep. But you've only got another hour to do it, because I'm going to sleep at 12 otherwise. No, seriously, it's a good charity. Just put some money in, man. Come on, do it. But thank you for doing it. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Okay, so because I found that the keyboard controls work kind of, it makes it a little bit easier. So Hulky joins us for this session. We are at 11 PM here. We're at Le Mans, racing for Young Lives versus Cancer. We are 3 hours into this 24-hour racing extravaganza here with BCGT. I'm Urban Pirate, joining you from Black Flag Racing TV. I don't know why I turned it off, because no one cares. We're not trying to hide strategy from anyone. It is what it is. People will run whatever strategies they're gonna run. So Hockey, I know it's his first. He's bloody not. Hang on. Hockey's in the MX-5, right? It says that he's done a 3:57.081. That's not right. There's something wrong there. Well done, very well done, Jaeger. Great session from you. Some really good solid lap times. There's clearly some sort of bug in this lobby because it's claiming that Hulky has done 3:57.081. He hasn't. And now, come to think of it, the last person that said that didn't either. It was done by somebody else much earlier on. Well, let's be fair. PD. This is what happens, right? So PD release an update, and with that update, they bring out something good, and there's a bug in it. And sometimes that bug is a little bug like this kind of thing, and they leave it, and that bug festers and stays in there. And sometimes there's a massive bug like when the spectator mode was absolutely balls up by VR, and they had to fix it immediately. But if they don't fix it, what they do is the little bug stays in there, and then they bring out a new update, and then the update will fix a couple of little things, and then bring another new bug. And that's kind of the way it's done. Good evening, Jay. How the bloody hell are you? Glad to see you are out of work finally. Good of you to join me. We are in hour number 3 as Jay creeps slowly into the room prior to his own session here. So, Hulky has come in to replace. Maybe who changed what car in pits? Hulky has come in to replace DDR driver. Ben has come in to replace. It wasn't Akito he came in to replace. I have written it down. Maybe I can't bloody remember. Either way. So Ben's out anyway. And still thank you to Ben's son for his donation. That brought us to 69, baby. Akito, current race leader. However you dress it up, he's been out there for 42 laps. He is the current race leader. Nobody else has been on the racetrack as long as Akito, and he is the de facto leader here. Ignore what you see, folks. For once, I'm telling the truth. Hatterlad, lap 32. He's a few back at the moment. Hulky's new to the racetrack. He's literally only just come out. That 3:57.081. That was it. Yeah, Ben replaced Chilled Stella. Yeah, Jay. That 3:57.081 was set about an hour and a half ago by somebody, and then they left the room, and it was somehow attributed to somebody else. And I kind of gave the lobby the benefit of the doubt that maybe they just set that same lap time. It turns out they didn't, because now it says that DDR Hulky has set that time. So that was actually set by someone a long time ago. And what you can say, it was set by a Spanish guy, because Hulky's not fucking Spanish. So there we go. It may be that it's different for other people, but that's what I can see. There is Burn Akito, the leader. Hatterlad's not far off that pace as Drackle Fury. Well, I'll tell you what, that's interesting, because Drackle Fury, why are they going slowly? What's going on? Why are they going so slowly? Has he run out of fuel again? I know, I think him and the other DDR driver are messing around a little bit. What the hell is going on? Dragon Fury did run out of fuel and everyone was overtaking him. It was quite weird. It wasn't. I was taking the piss out of him, and I do apologise. I don't normally go that hard in on someone I've never met before. Mush Sport, absolutely, it is amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. The donations thus far. Let's do a little update now. You've seen it and seen it and seen it. We're still 69, baby. That's £698. We are £2 away from 700. You brilliantly brought us to the £600 target at 9 PM. We didn't quite reach the 700 target for 10 p.m, but we have made it now. Almost just £2 away. Remember, there is a keyring on the way to. I've written it down. Chris H. He was one that got us across the line for the 600. There is Tisha and keyring on the way to Ashley, who gave me much pleasure by bringing us to exactly 69%. Thank you for that, Ashley. Still very, very pleased. Don't forget, Ben and Jax, to send me Ashley's size and your address, and I'll get that out to you forthwith. As I said, it won't be this weekend. It'll be after the bank holiday at some stage. No, but fantastic from everyone that's donated. Right, D-Dots. D-Dots on lap 41, been out there for a little while now. Is going to be there or thereabouts with the leadership. Total F, whatever his name is, Messick, let's just go with that. Messick, the Frenchman, has joined us recently. I don't think he's an invited guest, but at least he's had the decency to get into the correct car. Well done, you. Laga Lama has sat patiently in those pits for the whole 3 hours, waiting for his turn, and out like an absolute rocket in that MX-5. Good lap times thus far from him. Jarhead, he took over from Wiggy just over an hour ago. He's got another 50 odd minutes or so before him and Jay swap places, and Jay comes out and runs a stint. What car are you running in, Jay? Are you going to continue in the MX-5, or are you coming out in the GR Supra? May I ask? Well, no, not may I ask, I'm fucking asking. Big lift for here he is. He is running in the MX-5. Not had a great couple of laps thus far, but it's dark, so it gets harder as it gets darker. And you may be wondering why it's been dark twice, if you've been watching the whole time, and I'll explain to you why. It's because there's so many people doing different stints. You know, we haven't got a set kind of 4 hours, 3 hours, or whatever we've got throughout this time. Everyone's doing, you know, there's people doing an hour and then they're coming back and doing 2 hours, or there's people doing 4 hours. People are doing different amounts of time. So the actual time dilation is on times 8, so we get a number of full day and night cycles. So it means that most people racing will experience at least one different time of day. The tyre wear and the fuel is higher, so people are obviously getting to experience pit stops as well, proper pit stops of course as well. It's all a big kind of juggly and just trying to make it so that everybody gets a little bit of the sensation of the 24-hour kind of experience. And thus far it's been pretty freaking cool. Gwit Noah, two Frenchmen in the room, and neither has their hands in the air. Gwit Noah has been pretty racy actually, and I'll tell you one, I've got big respect for him because he actually went out and he got himself the livery involved with this as well, or at least a livery kind of like the one involved here. I wonder if my replay works. No, it doesn't. I thought I'd give it a try. I didn't think it would. That does though, which is useful. Didn't quite get the right one, but has got the right idea, so well done you. It's close enough, of course. Jonesy, I would leave him in, my friend. He's been quite respectful and done all the right things. Wrong button there completely. That's the right button to leave there. What I wanted to do was turn that off completely, actually. Yeah, leader, I think he should stay in the room. I don't think he's done this. He's actually been quite respectful. He's driving quite well. He's actually gone out and made an effort to get the right, to go out and get even a close livery. So leave him in, man. Leave him in. Don't get me wrong, I've been quick to call out absolute bellends when they've been bellends, but he's really been involved in this and done his bit. He hasn't done age yet, but we can get to that later. as he picks up a penalty. Almost like that was deliberately inflicted on him by an angry man. Anyway, a couple of them going into the pits there. So Chill Stella is chilling out with a Stella. Pig Stick is chilling out with a pig. Jaegerade is chilling out with some Jaeger bombs. Greek Noah is licking an onion. Messick is not messicking about in the pits. Can we go on? Anyway, it's showing Hulky is in the lead. He's not in the lead of this race. Of course, he's not in the lead of this race. That'd be ridiculous, wouldn't it? Doing a good job though, to be fair, doing a really good job. Some really solid lap times in that MX-5 is Hulky. 2.1 seconds quicker than anyone else out there at the moment, apparently. There is your current race leader. He's your net race leader, Akito. He had a good few laps battle with Wiggy early doors in this race, which Wiggy eventually won out before he dived into the pits and did his swap out for his first session anyway. Akito's just done a 3:59.2, which is a phenomenally quick lap, even at this stage of this kind of race. We are, it's 11:15 p.m. We started here at 8 p.m. This is a 24-hour race for Young Lives versus Cancer. As you can see, they donate now. The link is in the description below. Click on there. Send us your bloody money. Thank you to everyone who's donated thus far and got us so close to the £700 mark. And hopefully we can, the target is 1,000. If we can get there soon, that would be great. Yeah. What can we do? Who can we haven't done an onboard for a while, have we? Shall we do an onboard? So it's like we can onboard in the MX-5. Yeah, 69 baby, all day long, mush. 69 baby, love it. Hulky is leading the way theoretically. This is the view from the front of his car. If you're going to sit in his cockpit, this is what you're going to see. This is the view if you're sitting in the cockpit of that MX-5. It's a great look. I haven't owned an MX-5, but I had a friend who had a very, very cool souped up Japanese import MX-5. It was freaking awesome, man. What a car. And I know over here in the UK it's got a pretty bad reputation for being a hairdresser's car, but I can assure you it's not, man. I don't know a hairdresser that is man enough to drive that car, and I am acutely aware I've used the expression man enough, and there's going to be some angry trans or lesbian out there that's going to tell me what a fucking cock I am. Fuck off. It's my YouTube channel, say what the fuck I like. Plus my daughter's a lesbian, so suck it, you idiot. So there is Hulky, and doing a really good job actually in that MX-5 as well. Good car control there, giving it a little bit of opposite lock to make sure the back end didn't step out. Does have a penalty to serve though. That'll slow him down a little bit, or to be fair, in this MX-5 a lot of bits, as he heads up towards the Porsche curves for what is his 5th lap here, having taken over from his teammate. Quite a few DDR guys out there. Hatlad's out there. Jonesy is out there. Hulky is out there. It's good to see some other teams out there. There'll be some Black Flag boys out there later. We've already seen one in Wiggy. He's been out there. We'll see Jay, who's watching from afar, just come back from work. He'll be out there later. Of course, we've got the BCGT boys racing there on a regular, and a couple of randoms in the group. It's good to see a couple of randoms jumping in and getting involved. It's cool. Let me be clear, because there were randoms jumping in earlier that I was calling idiots. A random that jumps in doesn't see what cars you're in, racing a different car, doesn't read the room. They're an idiot. They don't deserve to be in here. Randoms like Gilliam, whatever his name is. Not only did he's been respectful, he's done some really cool laps and really got involved in the event overall. He made an effort to go out. He didn't find the right livery, but he did try and find the right livery. And at least he's got something connected with cancer and all. He's made an effort, and for me that makes a massive difference. Yeah, the other guy hasn't got the right livery. He hasn't got a clue what's going on, but he does. But at least he's got the right car. So you got to give him that kind of respect, I suppose. I can be understanding and compassionate to an extent. But yeah, so you know what? He not only did he, was he respectful what he was in. He went out. He got a livery closely associated with what we're doing. Yeah, no, completely with you. But yeah, he should look around and see that everyone's got a very similar livery and maybe consider putting something like that on. But then, I was going to make a comment about the French, but Guillaudin is French as well, isn't he? Right, where are we? We are 20 past 11. Hulky and Akito showing 1 and 2, but Akito really is the leader of this race currently. I'm doing the math, and that's kind of where I'm putting Akito. By virtue of the fact it's on lap 45 now. With 45 laps around Brands Hatch Indy, no biggie. 45 laps, one after the other, without a break. Well, I mean, stopping the pits doesn't really constitute a break, does it? But 45 laps without a break around Le Mans, which is not a short racetrack, that's a phenomenal effort. Akito has been driving since 8 p.m. Feel your pain, brother. I've been talking since then. So yeah, we've both got our crosses to bear. So Akito has been out. So from the beginning, we've had Akito. We have had D-Dots. We've had, I think that's it. So the only two still left on the track that started at 8 o'clock are Akito and D-Dots. Just those two. Nobody else has been on the track for longer than these two guys. They've run already 3 hours 20 minutes. They will have run, I imagine they're going to midnight, and I'm hoping there's someone to replace them then, to give them a little break, because that's when I will be taking my break. When Jay does the handover and a black flag goes back out there, I'm going to leave the stream running for you, but without any comms for a little while, just so I can have a little snooze, and then I'll come back to you probably about 3 or 4 a.m. or something. To be fair, for a race that's really kind of spread out, on a track that tends to spread out quite quickly, it has to be said that it's not been completely action free. I'm certainly hoping I don't have to do the safety car. It seems to have been okay since the big man, Big Ilif, got onto the racetrack. He was operating a safety car up until that point. I genuinely thought we were going to start with a pace car. In all honesty, I didn't think we was going to start from the pits, because my view was. Oh, excuse me. I genuinely thought we were going to start with a pace car, but yeah. Anyway, so Hulky, there he is. He's on lap 6. Akito, your race leader. Interesting. 3:59.2, and then immediately a 4:27. 4:30. That is because he's been in the pits. Quite simply, the rules are quite simple. If you are running a stint, whether that stint is 1 hour or 100 hours, well, you wouldn't be doing that if it's only a 24-hour race. You have to run 3 sides. You have to run mediums, softs, and of course the hard compound tyres. Ben coming in for his first stop. He's out of fuel. His tyres are absolutely fine. Is he going to stay on them, or will he switch out those mediums for something more comfortable in form of the softs, or something slightly less comfortable but more longevity involved in the hards? I do like the colour scheme on Ben's car, actually. Very, very cool. He is pumping that fuel in. Hulky also into the pits. He's out low on fuel. He's going to have to. Akito's still staying out. He is your race leader. It says that he's net second, according to that on his car. So who's first then? That to me doesn't make any sense because he's first. The game doesn't recognise that there's teams. Let's be fair about that. Akito is leading. Teams or not, he's leading. Because he's been out there consistently. There's been no changeover. It's only been the Supra. He hasn't been disadvantaged at all by... It's not, look, the MX-5 is not a disadvantage if you're racing other MX-5s. It's a disadvantage against the Supra. Okay. That kind of explains who you are. Why can't people do what I do and have the same fucking name for everything? Bastards. No, seriously, as I've said already on the stream, Mush, Click Sergeant was very instrumental when my son got diagnosed. Yeah, I know you are, Jack. I can see that by the fact that you're on the track and it says DDR in your car. There's a DDR car. So go to Track Fury there, and you're driving a DDR car. Yeah, when my son was diagnosed at 2 years old, we were only young parents. My missus was only just 20. I was 24, I think. And, we're still new to it. We're still party animals with a child. That's the only difference between us and what we were 2 years previously is that we had a child, so we didn't go out every night of the week. So we were still kids and still finding our way and all that. And I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for Click Sergeant, I don't think we would have known what to have done with that diagnosis. It was, it's life changing. And Click Sergeant as an organisation, kind of, they help you get your head in the game. It wasn't so much really for our son because he was a bit too young really for them to be of benefit to him. But what they do for the older kids is absolutely fantastic. It's brilliant. And when I found out what the charity was, it was a no-brainer. It was never in doubt that I wanted to be involved in this way. Am I going to sit behind a wheel for 4 hours and drive? Probably not. It's not my thing. Am I going to sit there and talk for 4 hours and convince people to send us some money? Well, I'm quite happy to do that. I will call people out, I will thank them, and you know what? And it's pretty fucking cool, to be fair. I basically get to sit here and criticise people for doing something I'm not very good at. Mostly. It's just a shame I couldn't get the bloody Discord link up to work. And I don't know what the problem was, in all honesty. I really don't know what the problem was. Everything says it should have worked, but for some reason it just didn't. But it is what it is. But we are at the 11:30 mark. I've got a couple of Discord messages. Just going to read through them. So it's about tomorrow, which is a long way away, and somewhere we'll still be here when things are going on tomorrow, of course. Yeah, no, I did mute my mic in it because I didn't want. I muted my mic when I wasn't dealing with the chat. The issue isn't that. The issue is getting the sound from Discord to the broadcast. For some reason, it wasn't. All the information was telling me that I was getting that back from the broadcast, from Discord, but it wasn't coming out in the stream, and it wasn't coming back through my monitor. So I couldn't back through the monitor as in terms of sound monitor, not monitor as in terms of monitor. So I couldn't. For some reason, I couldn't hear what was going on. I don't know what the fuck was going on with it. I did have it muted on purpose. But when I muted it, nothing was coming through. That was the problem. But I will fix it at some stage. Anyway, shall we have a look, see where everyone is. So there's Hulky, running really well. Showed him in first. He's not in first. We know he's not in first. But listen, if anyone that comes into the room now and sees there's a guy in an MX-5 2.1 seconds ahead of a guy in a Supra, they're going to be impressed. They don't know the Hulk has only done 7 laps, and Akito has done 47 laps, and in 1 minute's time would have done 3.5 straight hours of racing here at Le Mans. He's not putting a fucking consistent. No, I'm joking. I'm sorry. I'm joking. Of course I am. Ben, he's been out there for 8 laps now. He is behind him. Who's that stuck behind him? I've turned off the thing. I should have left it on, really, shouldn't I? Let me turn it back on. I don't know why I turned it off, because... Let's go there for a minute. I need to put this back on. Because when we've got people in a position like that, I need to know who the other car is. Right, so Ben is tucked up behind Hatterlad. Can he make the move? Down the side with the slipstream, he makes that move. Into the braking zone he goes. There's Hatterlad side by side. Who's the bravest? Bear in mind that Hatterlad would have had the inside line. But Ben, very, very strong on the brakes. He makes that move. And up into the position ahead of him he goes. Yeah, I have done. What it is, Drac. I have actually done it. I've put it as an input source. But the problem I've got is in the last couple of weeks, or in fact the last 10 days, I've added a new mic and new headphones to my setup, and something somewhere has got lost in translation between sources through Discord, and then Discord coming back to my streaming software, and etc. etc. It'll take me 5 minutes to sort it. The problem is when I'm live, there's less I can do in terms of sorting out a problem like that. When I'm not live, I can do it. It's a lot easier to do because I can reset it. But sometimes as well, it's an issue with my streaming software. If it's not quite right when you go live, you can't repair the issue while you're live. And it'll be something really stupid. In all honesty, do you know what? I'm going to have a clip in about half hour. But what I'll find is that I'll wake up in like 2, half 2, 3 o'clock, and it'll click straight away, and I'll work out what the problem is, and I'll go, and it'll be done. Yeah, it does all the time. That's the problem, because the thing is, I've got 2 sets of headphones. Obviously, one I use for broadcasting, one I use for PSN. I've also got desktop speakers which I use for sort of dual purpose. I use them for, so the sound from my PS5 actually comes through through my PC, through the software on my PC, and then back through some speakers, because I don't have any speakers attached to any of my monitors. Jarhead is on the track, mate. Yes, Jarhead is right there, running in 10th at the moment. Yeah, so I've got them. Then I've got a webcam which has got a microphone on it. I've got my desk microphone, plus I've got the 2 microphones on the headphones. So I have a massive nightmare with Discord. When everything gets switched on at the same time, Discord just has a massive brain fart and starts recognising all these news sources. And even though I tell it to ignore them, it just decides on any given day which one to do. So occasionally it kind of throws the broadcast software out of the window a little bit and says, so the broadcast software kind of struggles with, because with the broadcast software it always knows where to play my monitor to, which is the same set of headphones every time, and it plays the monitor to there, but it's where it pulls the input from somewhere sometimes gets thrown out by Discord. Green Arrow has left the room. Thank you for joining us, mate. It would be nice if you could also donate, but you know, it is what it is. Anyway, there is Hulky. That's a great shot. How can I do it again? How did I do that? How did I make you do that? That was really cool. It's that one I need to go to that one. I didn't do it anymore. Okay. Yeah, it's a fucking nightmare. You got to bear in mind, Jack, that when I started broadcasting about, I think it's safe to say about 18 months ago, was the first time I ever broadcasted, right? I didn't have a fucking clue what I was doing. I broadcasted directly from a PS4 that whenever I started broadcasting sounded like an aircraft taking off. So I used to have to, you can hear my Discord messages come through. How weird is that? Yeah, so yeah, when I used to do my broadcasting through the PlayStation 4, it sounded like an aircraft taking off. So I used to have to kind of cover put a kind of sheet almost between myself, like a blanket in between myself and the microphone on the headset to try and muffle it a little bit. And I didn't have a clue what I was doing. And I've gone from that to like a supercomputer with fucking 2 screens and all sorts of shit going on in the space of about 18 months. And I've had to learn all this myself. I mean, to be fair, I've had some help from some people around me, so it's been good. But yeah, I think I know why you can hear the Discord messages, and that's because actually I can solve that right now. Because if actually I don't think I can, but I actually don't care. I'm too tired to care, in all honesty. Yeah, I'm far too tired to care.
How dare you?
Yeah, and how dare you criticise my Discord? Right, anyway, moving swiftly on. This is what happens when you're doing long broadcasts and you just suddenly start waffling. You start chatting to people that are not even talking to you. They're literally typing something and you're just waffling to them. And the irony is that the people listening they haven't even seen what you've said. Thank you very much, Jay. I think I've done all right. I think I've tackled the learning curve quite well, and the stuff I can't do, I'll blag very well as well. So Akito, your race leader, without a shadow of a doubt, your race leader. He's been out there much longer than anybody else. Pop's coming back in the room. He didn't rest for long because Pops is already back. But I've already questioned the fact he's number 1 Pops because I've got a cup in my cupboard that suggests that he's wrong. I've got several cups in my cupboard that actually suggest he's wrong. I've also got a cup with Batman on it, but that doesn't mean I'm Batman, of course. There is Ben. Says he's running in 3rd. He's not. He's running in an MX-5. He's somewhere further back down the order at the moment. Hat to that. In all honesty, Jay, when you come on track, I think you're coming on at midnight, aren't you, mate? I'm going to go off for a bit and have a bit of a rest because I've 4 hours already. You've got to bear in mind that I've still got, we've got 24 hours of this. I've got Fusion straight after that. I've got 2 rounds of 2-hour races of GT Champions following that. That takes me to 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. No, it's not. 4 a.m. the following morning. 4 a.m. Sunday morning. And then I've got to get up and then at some point get everything ready for the WSR Porsche Cup on Sunday evening. And at some point try and find some time for this meeting we're having tomorrow. You're on at 1 a.m. Well, then I'm not even going. I'm going to come off at 12 for a little bit. I'll tell you what. I'll try and come back on for your changeover. When are you switching again? So what I might do is come back on for before you switch again. That's of course assuming I can sleep, because as you know, I struggle to sleep after doing the broadcast because I'm still so wired. Yeah, I would, but they haven't fucking arrived yet. Jay, anyone that's seen that in the chat, Jay's mentioned some monster cans. So and I've always talked about it before. My son being the Rocket League player, so he was in when he was doing the. I think it wasn't the UK. He was in a UK LAN tournament in the Insomnia Festival a couple of weeks ago. And I was watching on Twitch under Black Flag TV, and it said to tweet Monster Drop to win a Monster Drop. And I didn't really know what it was, but I wrote the word Monster Drop anyway. I didn't think nothing of it. Then noticed that I'd won this Monster Drop thing. It turns out the Monster Drop is a year's supply of Monster. Anyway, I got contacted last week, Wednesday, Thursday, and they've sent me this year's supply of Monster. It hasn't arrived yet, but apparently a year's supply of Monster is a can a day. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do with 365 fucking cans of Monster, other than to sell them to Raj up the road. Listen, I suppose I could pile them up in my garden somewhere, but I can guarantee you that our entire family, and there are 5 children and 2 adults in this house, this entire family are not going to drink 365 cans of Monster in a fucking year. So, I don't know. But that's what he's referencing it to. But you're right, if they were here, it would probably help. I could probably drink 10 of them and then my piss would turn purple and I would die of a heart attack. That's why I actually stopped drinking Monster, because I used to drink it quite a lot. I used to drink the VR46, the yellow can ones, when I was working long days on the building sites. And my piss literally changed colour. And from that point on, I stopped fucking drinking them. So, who we got out there? We've got Hulky in the MX-5. It's getting very, very dark. Too dark, almost too dark to see. Akito, current race leader in the Supra. Soda's having 5 children, Drac, and so I'm well beyond that, mate. Ben is he's running in the MX-5. Hatterlad, he's been out there now for 7 laps. Well, no, he's been out there longer than 7 laps, surely. He's switched cars. It looks like Hatterlad's switched cars. Yeah, he has, because Hatterlad was in the Supra. So Hatterlad had done almost 40 laps. Josie's new to the track for DDR in that MX-5. Dracul Fury. How has he managed to race like this and talk on... It's not him talking on YouTube, surely, and driving like that. It is indeed Hatterlad that used to race with us, Jay. The last time we saw Hatterlad, he was racing in Black Flag Bullshit. He wasn't around long. Because I think the thing with Hatterlad came with, if I remember rightly, it was Hatterlad and Monty and Bromley Bulldog. I think there was another one. I think it was the 4 of them. And they had just joined the old lot, the DRE lot, when Justin had his brain fart and we all got kicked out. How the fuck are you driving and typing in here at the same time? It's ridiculous. I can't fucking talk and search something up on YouTube at the same fucking time. How can you drive and type at the same time? Stop multitasking. Men aren't allowed to multitask. That's a woman's thing. Basically it was them 4, and then all that shit happened with Justin, and then we moved over, and they came over, but we weren't quite set up and ready for it and all that kind of thing. So, So that is the same. Oh, well, I'm assuming it is very possible that 2 people have had it. Why are you using auto drive, man? That's cheating. Cheating. Stop cheating. Stop cheating and drive. D-Dots. For no other reason other than you're going to get in someone's way and not be able to move. D-Dot's still out there. D-Dot's on 49 laps now. Been absolutely smashing out there. Laga Lama on lap 11. I should focus more on the guys that haven't been out there for a while than the guys that have. Laga Lama on... and to be fair, Laga Lama has sat in the pits for the entire first 3 hours of this race. Patiently waiting for their opportunity in that MX-5. So I promise I'll give out a couple of prizes throughout this little racy series. So far we've given away a key ring, the first Black Flag key ring outside the Pirate household has gone to Chris H for getting us above the £600 mark. There will be a t-shirt on its way to Lil Ben, along with a keyring, of course, for getting us to exactly £69, just for no other reason than to allow me to have a little giggle. There is a PSN party chat, yeah, Jay. Hang on, I can actually invite you to that. I'll do it in a second because it will go on the screen when I do it. Got some other shit to give away. I've got another t-shirt, and I've got some fridge magnets. To be fair, I was going to leave the t-shirt till later, but the opportunity to get 69 was too... The allure was too strong. I think what I'm going to do, I'm not going to give anything else away now. I'm going to check at midnight how close we are to our target. Because I wanted us to be at 800 quid when we got to midnight. I'm going to be brutally honest, I don't think we're going to get there. We're close, but I don't think we're quite close enough to get right where we need to be at midnight. Look, every single penny received is fantastic, absolutely fantastic, and will make a massive difference to, I mean, in fact, if it makes a difference to one person's life, it means something, absolutely means something. But who knows how many people it can help. If it can help 20, any brilliant. Jake, there's always goodies for you, mate, always goodies for you. You know that when I've still got this capture card to send your way. When I finally A, go to the post office, and B, you got your laptop, but you're getting a laptop this weekend, so I will make a concerted effort on Tuesday to send it to you. You want a fridge magnet for being Ash's mum. Alright, deal. For being Ash's mum, you will get a fridge magnet. They are very exclusive. I didn't get many of them. I know you'd like a fucking hoodie. You also like to see how much they fucking cost, mate. I like you, Jay, but I'm not sure I like you enough to buy you a fucking hoodie, mate. Yeah, very exclusive, the fridge magnets. And I didn't get many of them because I'm into fridge magnets, but that's only because my fridge is fucking ugly without them. But many blokes aren't really into those kind of things. So yes. Hashtag 69. Yeah, don't forget, Jax, to drop me a DM on either email blackflagracingtv@gmail.com or I'll get a message sent to me on Discord with size and address, and I'll get it sorted out. Anyway, we have got 15 minutes before I'm going to lay my head down on my bed and think about all my bad life choices. Now, of course, to Jay, I know you're only joking, mate. And to be fair, with the amount of money my missus has spent on clothes, I'm going to be working until I'm 177 just to pay for my retirement. Hulky is showing us leading the way. We know he's not, but let's just pretend that he is. Akito, we know he is leading the way. It's very disconcerting when Drag Fury's messages are popping up ages after they've actually been in chat. It's really frustrating. Akito, we know he's the leader. He's 52 laps in. Absolutely stunning effort from him. 11:47 it is now here in the UK. He's been in that car for nearly 4 hours and driving constantly. He hasn't, other than his pit stops, he hasn't stopped. He hasn't had a break. He hasn't had a smoke. He hasn't gone off and had a drink. Well, I'm sure he's had a little sip of something in the pits, but other than that, nothing. Even I've stopped for a piss. This guy, unless he's quick enough to jump out of his chair while he's refueling, possibly. Anyway, look, let's talk about what we're doing, because I'm going to disappear in about 10 minutes time, and it's important for you guys to know why we're doing what we're doing here. So, this is the Black Country GT Racing Le Mans 24-hour race, and it's not an emulation of a 24-hour race, it's a 24-hour race. Okay, 24 actual hours of racing. We've got a few teams involved. We've got, as you can see in there, you've got D-Dot Racing, DDR, they're involved. Hulky, Hatterlad's in there, old friend of Black Flag, I'm sure he'd admit that. Jonesy, there's been a few others, they've been in and out. We've got Black Flag's been involved, the great, the wonderful, the renowned Black Flag Racing, of course, of Black Flag TV fame. We saw Star Group start He's jumped out for a bit. We've got who's in his place? Jarhead from BCGT, another team involved here. He's in his place before Jay will jump in a little while. It is absolute. He's not the only one. Akito's done 4 hours, and also, oh no, Jager's jumped in, and Jager and Pops have gone in. Who was it? I think he's the only one that's still out on track from the start. I know D-Dot as well. D-Dot's been out since the start. So D-Dot and Akito have both been out since the start of this race. So sterling effort from those two in those Supras. Absolutely sterling effort. Yeah, but we're doing this for Young Lions versus Cancer. Weird, I'm not doing it. I'm basically just shouting at you and telling you to give some fucking money. These guys are doing this for Young Lives versus Cancer. It's an organisation called Click Sergeant who focus on making life easier for children and young people with cancer. They're based predominantly out of the Royal Marsden, but they operate from many different cancer hubs around the country. Predominantly operate from the Royal Marsden Hospital, and we were lucky enough when it happened to our family. We were lucky enough that we are, we're not walking distance, but we're down the road from the Royal Marsden Hospital in Sutton, and we had access to these wonderful people, and they deserve every single penny. So the little sacrifices that we're making by staying up late and to be fair, we do this shit for fun anyway. So any one of these people that complains says, oh, it's so hard, it's not that difficult. We do this all the time anyway. We do it for fun usually. So now we're doing it for somebody else, and long may it continue. If we can take a little bit of what we do for fun and raise some money for a good cause like this, then I think the world's all right, and I think my lack of faith in human beings is always going to be restored. So anyway, with just 10 minutes to go before we hit midnight, looking out there, we've got Hulky. He's running in that MX-5. He's not too far behind another MX-5 just ahead. Now, who is that just ahead of him? We'll soon find out as we get into this big right-hander at the end of the straight there. And that's another DDR driver. That's Hattalad, who did 40 laps in the Supra and has come straight back out in the MX-5. You've got to give him credit for that. Hattalad's done a good shift. I mean, look, it's not the same sort of shift that we've seen from D-Dot or Akito, but it's not too bad. Jay, it might switch again, so it's on ×8, so you're getting constant day-night cycles. It's not one complete day-night cycle. There are constant day-night cycles, so don't get too excited, mate. There's been 2 full day-night cycles thus far, and we're only 4 hours in. So Hulky makes that move on Hattalad's Ben, diving into the pits. Mrs. Ben has conned me out of a fridge magnet, and Master Ben has managed to bag himself, by virtue of making me giggle, with number 69 himself a t-shirt and a keyring. I'll do that. I'll do that in a sec, actually, mate. I will do that in a sec. So Akito. It sounds like a disease of the foot, doesn't it? So what's up? I've got to see the doctor. Why you got to see the doctor? Akito. Akito does. He leads the way. Look, it's 53 laps in this race. He's already put in 3 hours and 53 minutes. Is he being replaced at the 4 hour mark, or does he continue on? And if he does continue on, should I feel guilty for going for a kip at midnight? The answer to both questions is who gives a shit? I'm going to be sleeping, he's going to be driving. What the hell are you going to do about it? I've got support from people who have t-shirts and fridge magnets and other people. No, so Akito, sterling job from him and from D-Dot. And Hattalad as well. I mean, Hattalad's actually changed cars and moved into the MX-5. And coming back at Hulky, doesn't want to give that up anytime soon. It's difficult to know where they are in a race. I mean, they are racing each other essentially. Wiggy did an hour, I think. So Wiggy did 8 till 9. and then Jarhead took over at 9, and I think you're taking over from him at 1. Sorry, you're taking over at 1, and then when's I think it's 3 o'clock that James is taking over from you. Bandit says he's taking over from Wiggy at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, apparently. And I assume that he's running the last 5 hours. I don't know. But I would assume that he's running the last 5 hours. Or doing something where he's changed his name to Bandit Stroke Wiggy, so I don't know what his plan is. From my understanding, I think James would rather race it himself. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? I'll tell you what, right? It's quite easy for me with my family because they're all upstairs and doing their thing in bed. This time tomorrow morning, my house is going to be a fucking awash with children and people and all sorts of mad shit going on. And as you guys, well, some of you may well know, I don't do this in a separate room. My house is, well, look, I should be doing this in a separate room because the whole plan when I built a building at the end of my garden for my boys to move into is that the older one might move out because he had a full-time job, and the slightly younger one might move to university. None of that's happened. The one at university decided to stay at home and commute, and the other one is just too fucking lazy to move out. So essentially everything I've got set up is in the front room in the middle of the fucking house. So during the day when this goes on, it's going to be incredibly busy. So as I said, tomorrow I'll be here from sort of 6-7 o'clock in the morning. And yeah, I will do stuff. I'm going to do stuff in between. I'll probably come on about 3, do maybe an hour or so. Then I'll be on about 6 again. But from sort of 9 o'clock when people start getting up in my house, it's going to be carnage, and I'm going to have to keep dipping in and out. Plus, I'm going to need to get a rest because I've got lots of World Championship stuff coming up. But do keep checking in, guys. And you know, I know there's only been 7, 8, 9, 10 of you at times on there, but do stick with me because the company makes the difference. I have done live broadcasts to 0 people, believe it or not. But I've done it because I know that people are going to watch later. I haven't done, if I do it to 0 people, then nobody's going to be fucking watching later. I would have cancelled it a long time ago. But you know, you broadcast to 0 people. It's not Twitch. You know, I'm not relying on live viewers and like. I did contemplate actually putting this out to Twitch and Facebook Live. I couldn't put it to Facebook Live because the link stopped working because I cancelled it a while ago, and because I got Facebook banned for calling someone a twat. They deserved it. They were a fucking twat. But the Twitch link's not working. But then Twitch is fucking toxic as shit. If you look at a chat here is all nice and people are nice to each other and very collaborative and very talkative. You look at a Twitch chat, right? When I watch my son play Rocket League on Twitch, the chat is basically just 2,000 people calling each other twats for 6 hours and then questioning why the commentators have to use pronouns. They don't have to use pronouns, but they're questioning why they have to use pronouns. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Oh look, we've got a new one. Glowworm, we've got a lot of DDR in the room tonight. DDR clearly coming home from the pub, and their first thought is, let's get some driving done. So from DDR, we've got Hulky. We're not going to forget about Akito, current leader. Ben's in there. He's BCGT, of course. Hatterlad from DDR. Jonesy from DDR. Drackle Fury. Guess where he's from? Yep, DDR. D-Dot. DDR? DDR. Glowworm, DDR. Lama BCGT. Jarhead from BCGT. And of course, with a 4... How the fuck do you get a 4-second penalty on this track? So he's come out of the pits and he's at a wall and cut a corner. He's taking liberties with the track limits, you see. That's why. I've just heard that beat that you guys get through. That is indeed Discord coming through for some reason that shouldn't be. I need to... That's a problem that I need to solve before I come on again. is the issue with Discord coming through my headset and you, but not actually demonstrating, not actually letting you speak to anybody or hear anybody that comes on. In the pits, we've got Jagerade. He did a really good stint early on. Number 1 Pops disappeared for an hour. He's been back. Chilled Stella, there he is. He is waiting patiently, as is Pig Stig. Pig Stig is named Pig Stig because he owns 2 pigs and a couple of stigs. I'm very, very poor. Chilled Stella. He's called Chilled Stella because he's the only man on the planet that can drink 14 pints of Stella and not punch his wife in the face. Number 1 Pops is not Number 1 Pops. It's fake because I've got a cup in my cupboard from my children that says that he's not. And Jagerade is actually a charity organisation aimed at bringing Jägermeister to the north of England. There is not enough Jägermeister in the bars in the north of England, and it's their sole aim to ensure that every Wetherspoons north of Watford has Jägermeister on tap at all times for those who are claiming unemployment benefits. So out there we've got Hulky, we've got Akito, the current leader, 55 laps in now as we hit the midnight mark. So this is 4 hours of the 24, so it is time to see where we're at financially. Drum roll, please. Ding! 70% win on 69 in 1. Fucking disappointed. Absolutely disappointed. 700. No, I'm not disappointed at all. £707. That is absolutely phenomenal. You guys are amazing. Every single one of you that's given, whether it's a quid, it's 6 quid, 60 quid, whatever. Every single one of you is amazing. You have no idea how good and how important your donation has been and will be. Thank you so much. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So, on that note, I've done 4 hours, right? I'm going to leave the broadcast on for you, but unfortunately I have to leave it on one driver. And I think of all people, what I'm going to leave it on Jarhead. The reason I'm going to leave it on Jarhead because it's going to be, well, that's probably not a wise idea actually, because there's going to be a change in an hour. Jarhead's not going to be there. I'd leave it on Akito, but Akito's been going so long already, someone's bound to need to go soon. I'm going to leave you with Bigalith. I'm going to leave you with Bigalith because his lad's going to get out of bed and race for him while he goes and picks his daughter up. Is that his lad racing for him? He's got that a little bit wrong. That's him probably getting out of the chair, I think. There we go. Right, I'm going to leave you there. I'm going to jump off for a little bit and leave this running. Hopefully, you don't miss too much. Oh, there's engine damage, so he's going to have to repair there. That's a big, big smash. Ben is on for 6 hours. All right. Boom. There we go. I'm going to leave you on with Ben. I will be back. I'm going to say around 3 o'clock-ish. I'm going to go and chill out now. Whether I sleep or not's another matter, because obviously wired and all that shit. But my plan is to be on around 3 o'clock. Good night, everyone. If you're not here waiting for me when I get back, I'm going to be incredibly disappointed. Yeah, stay here. Do not go anywhere. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in a few hours. I'm going to go and have a pee. I'm going to get a drink, and then I'm going to lay down for a bit. It's been emotional. Thank you very much. morning all, I have returned. Apologies for the what's it called, PlayStation going to sleep. I don't know what happened there. It's one of those things, I suppose. There we go. Anyway, so where are we at? So out on track we've got Didot. Didot is on lap 88. So that says to me that Didot has essentially just carried on going. It's been out the entire time, and you've got to say that is a monumental effort. Absolute monumental. I woke up from one alarm off. How about that? Glowworm from DDR, lap 38. So they've been going for some time now. Good few hours under their belt. Yeah, grade lap 15, back into the mix. I would say after 15 laps, it's probably into hour number 2. Pig Stick even, is lap 14. So I think these are the guys that came back into the mix about 2 o'clock this morning. Hulky on lap 1, so Hulky just back into the mix. Hulky was on track when I left you all alone at midnight, so just coming back into the mix again is Hulky. Wiggy's just done a handover. Oh, excuse me, just done a handover with Jay. Jay's into the pits now. Miss Jay's stint completely, so he's just done a handover by the looks of it. Ben back in the mix. Well, actually, yeah, back in the mix. Ben. I think we left Ben at some stage when PlayStation went to sleep and didn't. To be fair, I don't know why I did that, because it wasn't the PlayStation. It was me. I don't actually know why it switched off quite so soon, because usually it's 4 or 5 hours before it switches off. But I don't know. One of those things, isn't it? One of those things. I can't tell you where anyone is now, obviously, because actually, I can tell you D-Dot has been out there the entire time. $25 laps, not bad shout, mate, to be fair. Because you did the handover at what, 1 o'clock? Yeah, not bad, mate, not bad. After 88 laps, D-Dot's jumping into the pits. It's not the first time, clearly. I mean, D-Dot's been in there before. But, yeah. So we've got 8 out on track. WSR Racer in the pits as well. If you don't know, this is Young Live versus Cancer for Click Sergeants with the Black Country GT Racing team. It's a Le Mans 24-hour race to raise vital funds for a very, very important charity. What they do, excuse me, very, very key. They essentially make lives easier for the families and the children and young adults affected by cancer across the UK. And it's, you know, it's not just it's not really to do with the curing and the medical side of things. It's to do with the rest of their life and how it affects them and how they can make a difference to their life after a devastating diagnosis like cancer. So do drop us some wedgesicles. Let's have a quick look. An update since last time out, and see if anyone's been whacking some more wedge in the pot. Or not. For some reason the thing's not working. Why is it not working? There it is. Boom. No change. Well, not much change since last time I was here. 707, which is a phenomenal amount. Let's not beat around the bush. But let's get that number up. We are 300 shy of our target. It is 3 o'clock in the morning. Look, we've got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. We're not even at the halfway mark yet, which will be at 8 o'clock this morning. 5 hours time. We're going to be at the halfway mark. And I would like to... it would be nice if we didn't have a massive distance to go. That's the thing. You know, I realise that we've only got 300 quid left to go, and I realise that's relatively something we could... I'm sure that this community could rally together and get very, very quickly. However, the earlier we get close to that target, I think the better. Excuse me, gives us a much better chance of smashing that target. So, if you're out there and you're still awake and you're making poor life choices, make one really good life choice right now and stick some money into this course. Right, so listen, we're currently watching D-Dot, who's a machine, an absolute machine, because D-Dot is still running since essentially 8 o'clock this evening, 7 odd hours ago, and has been running for this will be what, this is lap 89, and literally the oldest, longest running driver out on track as it stands. Ben, 54 laps thus far. I mean, that's a good solid run as well. That's since about 11 o'clock this evening. Yesterday evening even. 14 laps for Pigskin Glowworm, 39 laps. Jaeger had 16 back in the mix. This is not Jaeger's first run. Has had a break, but he's back in the room. Wiggy just did the changeover from Joe. Wiggy actually started the session at 8 PM. Was replaced and is being replaced, and he's back into the mix again, and will run for a few hours until the early hours, and I think he's going to be replaced again. Oh, Hulky getting really, really close to the back of Jaegerade there. Little love tapping behind to say hello, just to let Jaegerade know that Hulky is there. Hulky is back out. Hulky was actually in the room when we left, and it's done a few laps and back in since the top of the hour, and 6 laps into, or it actually would have been a bit sooner than the top of the hour. Yeah, so that's the 8 runners, with Waste Oil Racer is currently sitting quite comfortably in the pits, waiting to find out what's going on with life in general. It's definitely a rest there, because tyres have gone on ages ago, fuel went in ages ago. They are just sitting, waiting, contemplating their life choices. But there, I mean, there's no doubt who's currently leading this race. I don't think. I think you can make with some assumption that D-Dot is the race leader. There's been no handover thus far from D-Dot to anybody else. It's got Jay down as the fastest out with 4:14. That's clearly not the case. We know that because we've seen 3:38s and 3:58s in these supers anyway, so we know it's not a 4:14 fastest lap. That's just because it's the fastest lap since I've come back on, I suppose. I do apologise for going to sleep. Went to sleep a little bit earlier than I would have expected. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Try to see if we can find any little battles on track. But the closest we've got of anybody really is WSR Races just come out of there, not too far behind Glowworm. A little bit, there's still a way to make up though. WSR Races got some time to make up there on Glowworm. Yeah, just coming into the straight now. That's incredibly wide. That's going to be a penalty. Might get lucky. Nope, didn't get lucky. So you have to serve that. So whatever chase down you were expecting, not going to happen just yet. They are the closest two drivers on the racetrack. As Ben into the pits, that's 54 laps in for Ben, who was running a 5 hour stint. So still another hour left for Ben. There's Pigstick still out there running. There's a lot of the little MX-5. So we've got Ben, Pigstick, MX-5, Wiggy, he's back in the Supra. Mike Dredd, I think he's in the Supra, isn't he? No, he's in the MX-5. So Mike is in the MX-5, Glowworm in the MX-5. Jaegrade is now in the Supra. Hulky in the Supra. WSR Racer also in the Supra. So we're actually pretty even, to be fair. Oh, Jaegrade out of fuel. So not the only driver to have missed a pit stop. I don't know how you can manage that. I suppose the big thing is it's such a long lap that if you do miss it, it's now Jaegrade out of fuel going past WSR Racer, who does have fuel. Waster is in the MX-5. Is pushing Jaegrade along and giving Jaegrade that little bump, that extra 25 miles an hour to kind of move them closer to the pits. It's a long way to go, that is, though. Really long way to go. Don't bump them there. They're going to make it around the bend. This is still going to take some time, but that is the absolute epitome of teamwork. Giving them a little nudge, but it looks like WSR Racer was giving up that pursuit. Sod this. This is going to be a bloody long lap for me if I spend the entire lap nudging this muppet around the track. So Jaegrade is on their own with no fuel on board, and it's very much a hello darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk to you again. Mike Dredd, can I give you a little nudge? Boop. And there's an awful lot of cars coming out. Can we make like a massive human centipede behind a Jaegrade? Just loads of cars that do have fuel, just pushing Jaegrade along. D-Dot through, Pigstick through. And along plods Jaegrade. Yeah, so that went horribly wrong. Whatever tactic they were going for, yeah, they clearly forgot that at some point you need to stop and put more fuel in that car. I did say I would fix the Discord issue, didn't I? I lied, I'm not doing it yet. I'll probably do it later. So, everybody else going alright though? Nobody else has run out of fuel. Everybody else has remembered that cars require fuel to go along. I'll tell you who would be happy though, that Jaeger is not using any fuel at the moment, and it's our old friend Greta.
How dare you? You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your empty words.
And your empty fuel tank.
Denied.
If Jaeger gets back to the pits in anything under 7 minutes, we'll have to speak to our old friend Sam Jackson.
What happened here was a miracle, and I want you to fucking acknowledge it.
Yes, it is absolutely switched on, mate. That's why there was a delay between the PlayStation going back on and me speaking. It is currently percolating as we speak. I do have a can of Pepsi open at the moment. It does take me a while to wake up. I'm quite a groggy person when I wake up. As unentertaining as it might be, I find the driver. I like to call it. It's like the walk of shame. And for those who don't know what the walk of shame is, it's when you're still in your last night clothes on the way home from getting some. Is there an issue with the car sounds? No. You can turn them up if you want. Is that better? I turned them down really, so they didn't drown out the all the other sounds. To be fair, there's no car sounds coming from Jaeger because he's got no power, because he's got no petrol. That's why the car sounds coming from Jaeger, because somebody forgot that if you don't stop and put more petrol in, your car goes. So I mean, to be fair, he's lucky his car moves at all, because it could very well be that he's just stuck by the pits with it just pushing the car. Waste or racer with a 3-second penalty. That will be a pit line issue thingy. I mean, yeah, albeit for me to say you should be awake at this time of day, you really shouldn't. So Hulky is showing as the leader, but we know that the real leader, the de facto leader at the moment, is Didot. Didot, 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 Didot. When does happy hour start? This time of the morning, there's nothing happy about this time of the morning, mate. There is no happy hour. Hulky is still running, still not running. He's back running on lap 9. Didot, however, 10 times more time on the track, 92 laps. Will we see a driver do 100 laps straight? That would be something a little bit awesome, wouldn't it? So Didot, if Didot is going to be that driver, just 8 laps separate Didot and the 100 lap target. I don't know, it's an arbitrary target that I've literally just decided. There's no real thing. There's not some milestone other than the one that I've just set. So there we go. Is Didot going to do 100 laps today? That would be awesomeness. that was some monumental effort as well, to be fair. Starting at 8 p.m. this evening, in just 25 minutes time, D-Dot will have done 8 hours uninterrupted driving. I say uninterrupted, they've stopped for fuel and tyres, but it's not really anything more than a jump up, go for a quick wee, come back kind of jobby. You've got to be pretty impressed with that. Wiggy back out there. Wiggy on the second stint. Wiggy's first stint in the Supra was right at the beginning of this race, and was when Wiggy came in and swapped out for the first changeover. Wiggy was leading this race. Obviously lost the lead of this race when he came in and went for a little break. Jay took over from his replacement and just gone for a little rest. Bear in mind that Jay works nights, so he was home from work quite early this evening, but home from work about 11 o'clock, and did a little shift here until the handover at 3 o'clock when I came back. You could feel like I was avoiding him. I wasn't. I was just knackered. So Ben into Zippets. I think Ben's running until 4 a.m. A bit of damage there for Ben to repair. I think that's why Ben's in. It looks like the pair of them had to come together, because some damage at the back of Ben and at the front of Pig Stig. So they're going to get those damages sorted out, I believe. Ben was on the medium tyres, Pig Stick on the hard tyres, of course. Mike Dredd is 17 laps into his little stint. Also in that MX-5. Why am I using my thing? I've got a bloody keypad, you idiot. I keep forgetting. I've got keypad controls. I'm missing one, I'm not using them, and then I forget we've got yay grade. Oh, come on, you're kidding me. I think yay grade has got into auto drive, fallen asleep, run out of fuel, and forgotten that they've got to go into the pits. So congratulations, yay grade. Not only did you forget to go into the pits once, I wonder if yay grade is actually just like asleep at the wheel, like a drunken uncle after a christening. Making the corners, clearly. Was getting bumped along, didn't really help much. He's got some damage on the front there, but Jaegerade is kind of just plodding along, and clearly not involved too much at the moment with what's going on the racetrack. And that's Waste Your Racer. And let me tell you something, mate.
You can't park that there, mate.
Yeah, into the wall is Jaegerade, and I don't think Jaegerade realises they're into the wall, or they're having a proper strop about what happened, because they are parked up, damaged on the front, 4-second penalty. They're facing in the right direction, but only just, and that's down there at, I think, Indianapolis by the looks of it. Who's coming up to them so we can have a little looky-see? There's Glowworm there, who is just behind D-Dot. D-Dot coming through. There's Waste Your Racer, just off to the side of Indianapolis. But it's bloody cold, that. Fresh can of Pepsi, but yeah, cold. Pepsi Max, not Pepsi. Fat Pepsi, disgusting. So Wiggy showing as third in the MX-5. He's not third, but a 4:34.2 in the MX-5. That's not a shabby time at all. Is Ben going to be able to do anything behind Wiggy? Can you do an outlap in a GR1 so not to wreck the fastest lap? Well, to be fair, if you did an outlap in a GR1, that would wreck the fastest lap, wouldn't it? I don't know why you're asking me permission. It's not my lobby. I'm just the guy that shouts obscenities at strangers. According to my screen, the fastest lap is currently Hulky, which is not the case. Clearly because the lobby shut down when my PlayStation went to sleep. I assume... Would you be penalised for doing it? Probably not. Does it go against the kind of whole idea of the race? Yeah, probably. Just do some more laps in the Supra, I suppose. I don't know. Who knows? So Ben will not catch Wiggy just yet, but as Wiggy needs to fill up with some fuel at the end of this lap, I'm sure Ben will then catch and pass. It does though, because it's on practice mode. So an outlap will affect the time because it's practice mode. Every single lap counts. Yay grade! He's going so quickly. I can't see him. No, still at fuel, still not at the wheel, or is asleep at the wheel. One of the two. Wiggy, there is Wiggy into the pits. Through comes Ben. And I can't help but think that he missed the trick by not being number 10. Let's joke there for some of us older adults who have grown up kids who were once upon a time obsessed with Ben 10. Which was the oddest, it was the oddest fucking cartoon ever. Whoever decided to commission that as a cartoon and thought it was a good idea, when it was a pitch to them, they must have been on something. It's an absolute stupid premise for a TV show. It should never have got past the what the fuck are you talking about stage. But it did, and it was god awful rubbish. It spawned a massive marketing frenzy that cost us slightly older now parents quite a bit of money back in the day. So if you don't know what's going on, if you've just arrived and you found this little broadcast and you're thinking, what the hell am I watching? This is the BCGT Le Mans 24-hour charity event, raising money for Young Lives versus Cancer. Two distinct cars on track. It's the GR Supra and the Mazda MX-5. Teams essentially go out there and run both cars. Have to use, while they're in both cars, soft, medium and hard compound tyres. And they don't obviously they have to use both cars in the same stint, but they do have to use them across the course of the 24-hour racing period. In a semi-fair, balanced way. There's no real fixed stint. We're not asking to do exactly 3 or 4 or 5 hours. As much or as little as you can manage, but for as long as you possibly can, and with a little donation to the charity, which is a very, very worthy cause in Click Sergeant. What I can tell you is that the current leader-ish, but the way it's going to be worked out is essentially everybody does their time. They take a screenshot of the amount of laps and stuff, and then somebody will have a look later and kind of tally all that up and go, right, well, you won and you freaking didn't. But I think we can safely assume at the moment, as D-Dot coming into the pits after 94 laps and running since the very start of this event at 8 p.m. Yesterday evening, D-Dot is currently the race leader. Has been running that Supra all the way, essentially the entire 7.5 hours that the lobby's been running. Started at 8 p.m. 9, 10, 11, 12. Solid a solid run for those 4 hours. I disappeared off, went for a little snooze, came back, and still D-Dot is on the track, has gone through 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. We're now 3:30, and only half hour away from an 8-hour solid back-to-back stint. It's showing second on the lights on the side of the car, but because we're running in practice mode, not race mode, those can't necessarily be trusted to be a 100% correct. There's Hulky. Hulky's done 11 laps. Hulky's been in, this is the second stint for Hulky actually, so he's been on the track twice, showing 1 light there, showing first, but again, because it's practice mode, it's not necessarily entirely accurate, serving a penalty there for, or a pit line penalty that is. Fastest lap showing for them is a 4:06.6. There have been quicker laps, so ignore that absolute bullshit. Wiggy on stint number 2 for them, and it is the 3rd change of driver for that combination. Wiggy started on in the Supra way back at the beginning of this race, 8 o'clock. Went for quite an early break, was replaced for some time in the MX-5. Jay came back in, run some time in the Supra, just swapping out now for about half an hour ago, and then Wiggy back on track in the MX-5 for a run through till daylight. Ben is into hour number 5 of his stint and doing really well. Lap 59 for him. Haven't got any representative lap times for him for some strange reason. Pigstig, lap 21 of their second stint. Hulky making their way past in that Supra, which they will do because the Supra is a much faster car than this MX-5. Anywhere, not just around here. Mike Tread lap 19 of this current stint. Glowworm on lap 44, so some laps under the belt for Glowworm in that MX-5. Has really put shifting as the DDR driver, and a number of DDR drivers out there actually. Do want to thank DDR for getting involved in such a big way. Lots and lots of those DDR drivers, and to be fair, I don't know how I've not come across DDR, unless it's some new team. I don't know. It's strange, bearing in mind especially how much broadcasting I do and how many different teams I come across. I haven't come across DDR. I know a couple of the drivers I recognise, but as a team I hadn't come across them until today. So hello, welcome to my knowledge of teams. I thought I knew pretty much most of the active British teams, but I suppose not. Jagerade has woken up, has rejoined the land of the alive, has realised that there's no fuel, got in pit, put some fuel on, woken up, and is actually back to driving again. Waster or Racer. They are back on track. They're in the Supra, 2 laps into their new fresh stint here at Le Mans, and Dracul Fury is out there in a car that can only be described as not a Supra and not an MX-5. They're doing an outlap in the vague hope that it's not going to steal the fastest lap. I suppose it's not if they're going to go really slowly, and they did go really slowly and didn't I say destroy the integrity of the fastest lap, but it doesn't really make a blind bit of difference really, because it's in practice mode. The fastest lap's not sticking permanently. It's showing as Hulky as a 4:06 here on my screen, but let's be brutally honest, we know there's been a 3:58. So it doesn't really matter, anyone can see, doesn't really matter to me. I really hope I don't get copyright infringement for that. Not that anyone's ever going to mistake me for Freddie Mercury. Mainly because I'm fat and I have a moustache. Let's forget the fact that also I can't fucking sing. Right, so there's the man. Look, 96 laps. D-Dot has given us thus far. I was going to say, can anybody else offer that over the course of this 24-hour period? And of course they could, because we're still only essentially 8 hours in, or 8 hours and 7 hours and 40 minutes into this race, not even halfway. So somebody could do. I mean, someone could do more than 96 laps. Someone could do more than 100 laps easily. Well, it's not easy. No, not easily. Easily it could be done, but not easily. It's able to be done, if that makes sense. Probably not. You know what I mean. I mean, is it possible? Absolutely, it's fucking possible. Is it going to be easy for someone to do? Probably not. It's a big physical. Now, I don't care how physically fit you are, right? And obviously the fitter you are, the easier it will be. Even if you've slept all the way through and you've got up and you do. I mean, 8 hours. That's a working day. 8 hours of driving without stopping is a working day. And I know you can argue, well, you've had pit stops. Yes, you've had pit stops, but it's not a break, is it? It's not the same thing. You are full on concentration. And you can see there where, lapse of concentration is quite easy after such time. You're sat in front of the same screen, and it's a very repetitive action. There are times when your concentration is going to wane. There are times when your arms are going to ache. Particularly from the force feedback, when your feet are going to hurt, when your back's going to ache. All these things are going to make a difference. So to put in that kind of effort for that long is incredibly impressive. So at the moment, I'm putting D-Dot down as the driver of the day thus far, with a monumental, what will be very shortly 8 hours of driving in that Supra. And it's a high-tech driver joining. I don't know if that's an intentional thing, if they know that they're supposed to be here or not. Who knows? I will point out one thing, Dracula. I'm sure I saw a car that was going to stop there. If you do go out in another car, there have been people that have been that have come in this room and been nagged about. Oh, he's jumped left the room now. They've been nagged about coming in and joining, not supposed to be here, and had to put the correct car on, and they have done. So yeah. Anyways, anywho. That is Waste Your Racer tucked right up behind Pigstick. Are we going to see a bit of an overtake, or is he just going to scoop that MX-5 along the racetrack, push them up the racetrack, cause them to go faster than they ordinarily should do, shake the bones of that MX-5? And Waste Your Racer coming around behind Pigstick, actually putting out a little bit of a gap through that section. And here comes Waste Your Racer with that supreme power, tucked in behind Pigstick, giving them a little nudge, moving them along. How much increase is that to the top speed when Waste Your Racer gives them that little nudge? Because we know that sort of anything above 130 is forced by the car behind. Here comes Hulky around Waste Your Racer, in behind Pigstick. So Waste Your Racer not going super quick. So I'm wondering if Waste Your Racer is running on auto drive, possibly. Oh, he's cheating, isn't it? He's not cheating. It would be nice if you were behind the wheel for that, though. It's horrible to suggest someone should be driving for that length of time. Hulky, we know, is definitely behind the wheel. Waste Your Racer probably taking a break. Little rest, little feet up on the old cushions, having a little rest. the body needs that kind of rest. You can tell by the fact that I'm talking absolute bollocks at 3:44 in the morning, over the top of this 24-hour Le Mans race for Young Lives versus Cancer. That was nearly pig stick versus wall, but the car back under control, relatively quick clear. Nothing else really going on the racetrack. Jaguar has now discovered the virtues of petrol and its benefit over the overall speed of a car. Draco Fury is back on track in that MX-5, having done a lap or a portion of a lap in a GR1 car, just to make them realise that's how freaking slow these cars can be around the track, just this large. What we should have done is we should have made them do Nordschleife, driving in reverse, for no other reason than it would entertain me. Dance for me, people, dance for me. There's Hulky doing a really solid run at the moment. I think you can ignore that fastest lap data as being wholly inaccurate. I've genuinely, guys, I don't know how I'm going to survive. So essentially this broadcast finishes at 8 p.m. tomorrow. You're going to have me sporadically throughout the night, throughout the day tomorrow. Immediately following this broadcast at 8 p.m. will be the start of GTFusion World Team Championships. I have managed to blag myself a spot a bit further down the roster actually than we usually do here at Black Flag Racing TV, but I've opted to do that because we've got Black Flag drivers in that particular group. One of those drivers is out there at the moment, and there he is. Right then, Wiggy. Some doubt as to whether he's going to be able to make it after such a long time here. He may well still have some time in him. Although after so much time around this particular track, how easy is it going to be to get to grips with a tuned Alpha around Spa for 4 races, 2 feature, 2 sprint, or 2 sprint, 2 feature in that order, because that's how normal people do it. Hulky around of all the space on the left hand side, Hulky decides the right hand side is which way he wants to go, so he can maintain track position. It's two sprint, 2 feature races, back to back for the World Team Championships, GTFusion, which is the right way around to do it. Those of you that do follow Black Flag Racing TV for its coverage of the WSR Porsche Cup will realise that they for some reason do it the other way around, in that they do a feature race and then that sets a grid for a sprint race. Odd, I'm completely aware it's odd, but it's just the way they do things. But there's a number of things that they do that are a bit odd, and I suppose that's the beauty of this game and these different competitions, is that they are different, they are a little bit odd, and there are things that are a little bit out there, and just mix things up a little bit. After us at Black Flag, we've done some odd tournaments in our time. Sometimes they turn out to be the most fun. So that's coming up straight after this. That's 8 p.m. tomorrow. Well, technically today, but the other end of today. Then after that, we've got Division 1 of the GTC World Championships, which will be followed immediately by the coverage from Division 2 of the GTC World Championships, of which we've got 2 Black Flag drivers in Division 2 currently sitting inside that top 5 as we move into the midpoint of the season. So still all to race for, with 2 drivers in that top 5. Very, very possible we could see a 1-2 in that Division 2 for Black Flag. That would be something amazing. And then, you know, at the same time, there will be the other 3 divisions will be running, the 4 divisions will be running. We've actually got 2 inside the top 5 of Division 5 of GTC as well. Plus, you know, we've got drivers running in divisions 3 and 4. 3 and 4, in fact. So 2, 3, 4 and 5 all represented by Black Flag. And technically, although he's not racing because he's a reserve, we have actually got a driver that could race in Division 1, qualified for Division 1, but is a reserve driver. So technically we've got, Black Flag's got a driver in every single division, if we're going to go on technicalities. Essentially all we need is someone not to turn up 1 week and race for 1 week, and then we do have a driver in every single division. Mr. Dallard, are you a Dallard? As we see Wiggy making a move there around the outside of Glowworm, and when you're feeling sad, I'm not. No, I was going to tell you. I was going to do a little rhyme about Glowworm, but I can't remember it. Oh, be just like a glowworm, because a glowworm's never glum. How can you be sad when the sun shines out your bum? It's a poem that one of my kids brought home from school. God knows how long ago. I've just remembered it. I was trying to remember it and then got it wrong, and then it came to me like a flash of brilliance. It came to me like I wrote it. I didn't, but it came to me like I did. So, WSR Racer is showing as the lead car right now. They're not, but they're showing as it. Hulky was showing as lead car, now showing as second. Oh, and Drackle Fury with a big tank snapper there. And it was almost one of these moments. Oh, he is. I think he's doing it on purpose, to be fair. I think someone's having a little mess around, and he has left some on the racetrack, and catches up with Ben. Yeah. All for the messing around, but you can't be interfering with other cars, my friend. As My Dread coming through and making his way through. There's a lot of Drackle Fury all over the racetrack. I mean, come on, friend. Let's not be taking out other people in your pursuit of happiness. Wiggy did make it through safely. Drackle Fury now for DDR tucked in behind Wiggy, and hopefully doesn't affect other people's races too much. Is someone having a little brain fart, maybe? As a D-Dot into the pits. Good evening, Mr. Dallard. Hasn't got a livery, would assume he's probably only just realised what is going in. So D-Dot into the pits. Now D-Dot has done 99 laps. Could have actually done a 100th. Could have done a 100th lap. Had enough fuel and tyres to do so, but has come in. Are they coming back out? Oh, please tell me you haven't done 99 laps and then stopped. That would absolutely. Listen, I'm not crazy, and I'm not super OCD. If you saw my house, you know I wasn't fucking OCD. But things like that drive me fucking insane. I don't know why. If you can do, if you've done 99, you might as well have done a fucking 100. Please don't stop at 100 laps. I'll genuinely have to come to your house and headbutt you in the cock if you don't do another lap. You've got to do another lap. Seriously, I will fucking hunt you down and find out where you live and come and headbutt you right on the end of your penis if you don't do another lap, my friend. That is so freaking annoying. You know, the funny thing as well is I'll go away and I'll forget about it briefly, and then it will come back to me in a few hours and it will remind me, and I'll keep thinking about the fact you already did 99 laps. Right, Mr. Dallard has joined us. I don't know if he's supposed to be here. The fact that he's got an unbranded car would suggest he's happened upon this group and thought, let's have a little go at that shizzle, shall we? Drackle Fury had some kind of massive brain fart on that last lap. It was all wiggly and woggly all over the place. Into the pits, Drackle Fury goes, having picked up a penalty on the way. That's a wall.
You can't park that there, mate.
Yeah, you can't. Clearly. Glowworm through lap 48 for Glowworm. Nice, good, solid run for 48 laps here for Glowworm. A pig stick into the pits. Low on fuel, of course. Mike Dredd on those racing soft tyres in that MX-5. 23 laps under their belts. Ben is having a long rest in that pits, having done a sterling session. 63. Come on, man, listen. Your boy earned himself a t-shirt by getting 69 laps. I thought you were going to stop at 63. The fact you're carrying on, I take it back. If you're going to do a changeover, you've got to do it at 69 laps, or just drive until you die. So do 69 laps or drive until you die, because your family is now the 69 family. Genuinely, and I mean this in the nicest way possible. I hope I don't have to come to your house for dinner, because it's just going to be. I expect everything in your house to be 69 related. It'd make for an interesting dinner party, though, wouldn't it? There is Wiggy running. It says he's running 5th. Now, we know that when he went in and did his first handover, he was in the lead at that stage. Things have obviously changed since then. We can say with some authority, D-Dot, although D-Dot's been in the pits for some time now, D-Dot probably the de facto leader at this stage anyway. Not for much longer if he stays in the pit for too much more time. But yeah, I think the way it's going to be decided is everyone screenshots how many laps they've done at the end of their stint, and then it will all be added up, and then the person that's done the most laps will be the winner, and so on and so forth, and on and on. But they must have run both cars, not just Super for 24 hours. They must have run other cars within that period. D-Dot is back out. 4 seconds worth of penalties though. I'm so pleased, because stuck at 99 laps would have absolutely driven me fucking insane. So thank you for going back out on the track. They are. Jagerade is Jagerade fully back in control of that car now? Certainly hope so. 24 laps for Jagerade, 16 laps for Hulky, and WSR Racer, 6 laps on the board for them. And we can get some great slipstream actually in behind there in the MX-5. Is it enough slipstream to maybe make a move? Well, that would suggest that WSR Racer is not in control of that car and has gone on auto drive. I can tell you now, Wiggy hasn't done that. Wiggy is actually driving and giving it full beans in that MX-5. Looking ahead, next target ahead for Wiggy. Let's change the camera. And he's happening upon them very, very, very quickly. Is Hulky breezing past the Hulky. Either Hulky is out of fuel, which Hulky is not out of fuel, or they've let Wiggy through, or they are on auto drive. So a few people copping out this time. I'm saying that with all the greatest respect, because I'm not hanging around for too much longer. The plan was only to come on for a little while. I did put a coffee pot on with a cup. I'm going to have that 1 cup of coffee and then try and get some sleep before so the caffeine is in my bloodstream when I wake back up. Reese Bubbles has joined the room. Reese Bubbles has left the room, and that's something you often hear during a sexy party. So into the pits goes Waster or a Racer. Are you a Waster? Are you a Racer? Who knows You decide. Jaegerade. Jaegerade, one of those on auto drive right now. So I think we can safely assume that Hulky, a little bit of damage on the front of Hulky's car there. And I think we can agree that Hulky is actually driving. Jaegerade we think is on auto drive. D-Dot's not. D-Dot is about to complete their 100th lap. What we're going to do, actually, I think in honour of the fact they've done 100 laps, we're going to do a full on board with D-Dot for that 100th lap once they've completed this one, of course. So not long to go before they start that 100th lap. They're going to serve this penalty right now. Incredibly slow, so much time lost. Damage on the front as well, which because it's heavy damage is not going to go away. It'll be such a shame if D-Dot's 100th lap is marred by a pit stop, and not just a full, clean, nice, hot lap around this iconic racecourse of Le Mans. I want to thank everybody involved, and I'm going to do this throughout. Good morning, Bandit. To be fair, I did disappear for 3 hours, Kit. I returned at 3 o'clock this morning to put an hour's shift in, but I will go back to sleep for a little while in a bit. As we're watching D-Dot, and we're going to go on board with D-Dot now because D-Dot's going to go into the pits. He's going to have to repair. He's got some damage, but this will be D-Dot's 100th lap. Monumental effort from D-Dot, who deserves some of that. They haven't done it yet, but they can have the applause now, because that's phenomenal. I mean, 100 laps at Le Mans, over 4 minutes a lap. That's insane amount of driving. 8 o'clock this evening that started. 8 hours ago, D-Dot started this race, and here we are, 8 hours down the line, hitting the 4 a.m. mark, and D-Dot is on their 100th driving lap here at this iconic racetrack at Le Mans. They have seen 3 day and night, full day and night cycles, I think. I think it's safe to say they would have seen 3 day and night cycles. So here we go. Let's just enjoy the majesty of D-Dot's 100th lap. Will anybody else over the course of this race do more laps than D-Dot has achieved for us here this evening? I don't know. Is it possible? Of course it is. Until we get to 8 a.m. in the morning, that's when we'll know if anyone can achieve it. If D-Dot is still racing in 4 hours time, at 8 o'clock in the morning, I'll be absolutely dumbfounded, absolutely flabbergasted even, at that kind of crazy effort. But yeah, look, I mean, 100 laps of any racetrack is an effort. 100 laps of Le Mans through the night, and you've got to bear in mind that most people involved in this event have spent this day working. So they got up at whatever time they got up on a Friday morning, got up, gone to work, done a full day, spent some time with their family, and then have sat down and given a large proportion of their our time for this charity event. And thus far, this charity event moving swiftly on. Nice little segue. See that? I should be a radio DJ. Thus far, this is how much money we have raised. They we're raised. I mean, I've just shouted it. I've just donated some fucking money. £707 of our £1,000 target. Get your fucking hands in your pockets, man. Genuinely, I'm saying it like that because we worked really hard to get to 69, dude. Yeah, baby, 69. We worked really hard to get to 69 just to please me, and then we've only just edged now over that target now after several hours. And you know, we're putting. We're not putting. These guys are putting effort in. I literally get up, shout for a little bit at the screen, and then disappear off back to sleep. These guys are putting significant effort in and deserve a little bit of a reward for that effort. I tell you what, during the day tomorrow, I'm really going to put the pressure on and expect people to be sticking some money in. So, this is where we're at. This is lap 100 for D-Dot. Started at 8 o'clock yesterday evening, and is about to put in their 100th lap here at Le Mans for this absolutely fantastic event. And it is a monumental effort of epic proportions, and they will remain the king of the race until somebody else manages to put in that kind of time. And it's, you know, essentially the time is now. If you want to beat it, you want to come beat it. You want to essentially be getting on track now. And you know, don't get me wrong, there are probably people over the course of the 24 hours who will put in more than 100 laps in different stints. I don't think there's going to be many people who are going to break that 100 lap barrier in one straight stint. And they're still going, D-Dot. D-Dot is still going. That's the fundamental thing you need to remember, is D-Dot is still going. They haven't stopped at 100 laps. They haven't parked up in the pits. They haven't gone for a little sleep. And this is, you know what? This is a dig to all of you who sign up for 1 hour races and then 20 minutes and get pissed off and fucking rage quit. This guy's done 101 fucking laps of a race that he probably won't win. No offence. For nothing other than to support a charity. Make of that what you will. Make of that whatever you may do. There we go. And there's Arco Potter. I made a reference to it earlier. If you want to understand the joke about Arco Potter, there is a broadcast from the WSR a couple of weeks ago, a couple of Sundays ago, so not last Sunday, Sunday before, that you'll find on this channel if you look down through all the other videos. Don't watch it now because you're supposed to be watching this and nothing else. But later on, when you're watching some other videos, check it out. And the guy had just the most extraordinary lag, most extraordinary, and was flying all over the place, was disappearing up into the air, disappearing into walls, and then reappearing, you know, 300 yards down the racetrack. All sorts of crazy shizzle going on with that guy. And he was dubbed Arco Potter and the Disappearing Cayman, among many other things. I essentially ripped him a new one on that broadcast because I didn't feel he had any place being in there with such bad lag. But yeah, so if you want to understand the joke about the helicopter, watch that. Right, so £707, we made it to 4 AM. Oh, and D-Dot is facing in the wrong direction.
You can't park that there, mate.
No, you can't. And you would have thought after 100 laps you'd fucking know better, to be fair. You would have thought after 100 laps at Le Mans you would know that you can't park your car there in that corner. But, you know, clearly after 100 laps the fatigue is starting to set in. The muscles will start to ache. The vision will start to blur. It's all going to be very, very difficult to how it is. See, the thing is, it's very difficult to know how teams are doing in general. What I can tell you is that when Wiggy came in after his first stint, he was in the lead. Then he had some cover in the MX-5, that went well. Then I went to sleep for a little bit, and Jay ran several laps, and there he is now. running, whereas a couple of issues with working out where people are. I mean, one, obviously there's several people jumping in and out, so it's difficult to tell anyway. The other thing, of course, because it's running practice mode rather than race mode to allow people to jump in and out as they do, it's incredibly difficult to judge people's overall position. But you can see there from the pace I mean, catching and passing Glowworm there in the same car at a rapid rate of knots. He's getting caught, of course, by Waste Oil Racer, but that's because Waste Oil Racer is running in that GR Supra, which is about 30 or so miles an hour faster on the straight. Wiggy pick up a half-second penalty, a little bit unfair. Had to pick that up to make the pass past a slower car. I suppose is what it is. Track limits, baby. Track limits is track limits. Right, so I'm going to do a full run through and then I'm going to love you and leave you for a little while longer. Waste Oil Racer is out there still at 9 laps for them. Hulky are running still on lap 19. Jaeger 27 laps into their current stint. D-Dot, a absolutely astronomical, phenomenal 102 laps for them. Wiggy, lap 15. Ben, this is not to be outdone, 66 laps for Ben, and needs to stop at lap 69, of course. Mike Dredd, 26 laps. Actually, I thought Ben was closer to 69 laps than that. There we go. Mike Dredd, 26 laps in. Pigstig, second stint for Pigstig, remember. So, although it's 28 laps this time, there have been a significant number of laps for Pigstig previously. Glowworm, 51 laps in. That's a good solid stint as well. Dallard, have no idea who Dallard is. What I can tell you is that Dallard is only 2 laps in and needs to say the fuck out of the way. No, joking. Dallard, where's your donation, buddy? Put your donation in immediately. And Dracula Fury, the Fury of Dracula, is running in 11th position. According to this, probably not all that correct. So I'm going to stick you with the dulcet tone. I'm not going to stick you with Ben. We stuck with Ben last time, and the PlayStation was so bored about Ben that it actually shut down. So who are we going to go with? I don't think we're going to waste your race. I think we're going to go with D-Dot's probably not the best bet because D-Dot's already done 102 laps and at some stage he's got to have a break. I think we're going to leave you with the one, only the enigmatic Welshman, Wiggy, and for no other reason. Well, no, for the exact reason that he's got all the livery, all the stuff you need to see, but he's also a Black Flag driver. And it would be fitting of Black Flag TV to be following around a Black Flag driver while the commentator is not commentating. I will be back with you for, I think 8 AM is a good time to return. We're at the halfway point. So I will see you all back here in 4 and a bit hours. So yeah. If you're still watching, then I'll catch you at that point. Good luck to everyone that's still out there. I wish I could stay up with you, but genuinely, I'll be in the state where, look, if I stayed awake for the entire time, my entire family would be dead by the morning. I'm not good without my beauty sleep. Catch you in a few hours, folks. That's that problem solved. It should stay on now. Latest, folks.